selflessly to society without expectation. He is one such personality who's been doing this for last 2.5 decades. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I heartily welcome, I request our Dean and the HOD to felicitate and welcome with him a bouquet. And let's, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Surya Prakash, the chief guest and the keynote address. And we request all the dignitaries on the stage to come forward. Felicitate as a token of appreciation and honor for his selfless service to the society. We request all the dignitaries to honor with him. This is an occasion of Dasra, a Mysore Peta, shawl, memento. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, definitely you can do better. Thank you, dignitaries, for honoring our chief guest, Mr. Surya Prakash, Ed Talent Skilling Wipro Futuring, and also we acknowledge his contributions to the society and his collaboration with St. Joseph institutions for over a decade, and definitely his role in today's event and future events will help the learners and other stakeholders to take it forward. A very special welcome to Father Victor Lobo, our Vice Chancellor in his absence, ladies and gentlemen, a leader par excellence and administrator. Let's applaud for Father Victor Lobo, the Vice Chancellor of St. Joseph University in his absence here. We have with us Dr. Regina, the poor Vice Chancellor, who is a leader par excellence, who has played a very important role in expanding this university at the national, and she is aspiring to move to the global level. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our Vice Chancellor with a round of applause. I take this opportunity to welcome our Dean, Dr. Christo Selvin. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? The Head of Department, Dr. Prabhakar, the conveners of this conference, the staff, the students, and all the collaborators, especially the resource people. We have 19 resource persons from both academia and industry participating. This is one of the largest gathering for this decade at SJU School of Business, Department of Management. Let's give a big round of applause to all of them and welcome them. As we embark on what promises to be an insightful day, I encourage each one of you to participate actively and make the most of the unique opportunity. I'm confident that today's discussion will be a long-lasting impact, providing valuable perspective on navigating the evolving dynamics of the HR in the age of AI. I also want to make a special from Society General, the director who's with us, who's seated in the front row. Ladies and gentlemen, let us also welcome for this occasion. Thank you once again. A very warm welcome to everyone. I conclude by praying to the Almighty, the God blesses the HR Conclave, St. Joseph University, and all the associated stakeholders for the love, trust, and faith you have placed with us. Once more, I remain welcome to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome. Now I invite our Dean, School of Business, Dr. Christo Selvin, to address the gathering.
Good morning to everyone. Today's chief guest. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation and being with us. And also I would like to thank for gracing our occasion with your presence. I know that you are very busy today, but thank you so much for accepting our invitation. And also, if you like to know the definition of powerful speech, then take a study from Dr. Kanishka. He will teach you how to do this speech, and he inspires us when he speaks. And thank you so much, sir, and congratulations to you, Prabhakar, sir, and your team for organizing such wonderful HR conclave. It was a dream. And we have a person among us who ideate this HR conclave 2 years back, Mr. Mohammed Umair. And this is his dream, and he was, and now we are experiencing that. Thank you so much, sir, for giving such idea to the School of Business. And I would like to congratulate all the volunteers and the staff members, those who initiated and worked a lot. I could see for last 1 week you are running here and there for arranging things, and I congratulate everyone. I hope this conclave bring good outcome to the society, what we are heading to. Today, the first news I received in my WhatsApp about Ratan Tata ji was totally shocked by seeing that. However, the age speaks a lot. He is a noted industrialist. He passed away in a hospital in Mumbai. He just 86. He was not elected in any election. He not stood for any post. Can forget what he did for the society. Tata was known for his significant influence, overseeing more than 30 companies where people work, more than thousands and 5,000s. And these 30 companies operating more than 100 countries, 6 continents. Just one person. At the other side, I recently went through another message from LinkedIn saying that one of the young adult started working in a company, passed away just because of, in that young age, she passed away due to peer pressure or pressure in the job. Before crossing that news, I heard another news from Hong Kong. There also one guy suicided himself because he couldn't take up the pressure in the job. We are all heading for that. We are all moving towards that. By 86 old, strong man standing in front of us. Another side couldn't balance the pressure. So where we are standing. I think this conclave should open discussions on this. I think this is the right time to have HR conclave to discuss what the companies are really expecting. Most importantly, we are talking about AI. Whenever this kind of technology comes in, there is a fear automatically comes. When Android introduced, then every college is told that the students should not bring mobile phones to the campus because they can easily go through the website and give answer. Now we are in ChatGPT age, starting age of ChatGPT. We cannot run from the technology. You cannot run. You have to embrace that. I think this conclave should bring that kind of discussions to deliberate and to understand what is happening in the real world industry and where to head. I would like to highlight 3 important close to my heart when it comes to work. It is about the trust and the technology and talent for tomorrow. Owners trust employees, employees trust the owners, customer trusts the products. Student trusts the university or colleges to give good education for their better future. But we fail to trust ourselves. Many times we fail ourselves and believe others. I think this should, in this HR conclave, we should take a message that we are capable, we can do it. That self-confidence, perseverance, the trust what you have for you is most important than believing others, what others can do for me. Second one is about the technology. I think most of the panel discussions going to be in that particular component, technology. Technology every 3 months changing. Apple iPhone, best example. Apple iPhone degraded by not outside company, by the company itself. Apple Corporation, they say within 1 year, Apple 15, no more, buried. So the customers feel that if I have Apple iPhone within 12 months, I feel that I'm carrying an old mobile phone, not the new one. That we are living in that world. Within 1 year, one product in that world. Within 1 year, one product become outdated.
Locations in Brazil, Mexico, Romania, Poland, China, and India. He has led the leadership development, capability building, and talent management efforts in various organizations. He was instrumental in setting up the Management Academy and Domain Gurukul in Wipro. Mr. Surya brings with him a vast experience in setting up knowledge centers, defining and implementing BPO, Tier 3 BPO, etc. Mr. Surya is known as a trendsetter in introducing innovative learning practices and deploying new technologies to take learning effectiveness. In his previous role at HP, he was engaged in evolving strategies for career development, talent management, and knowledge management for the organization in India. In the past, he played a key role in setting up the training function in the HP GPS. He was one of the key contributors to HP's Charisma program as the global lead for the training tower. Some of the best in-class initiatives led by him has received industry recognition as well. We are honored to have you with us, sir, today. It is my great pleasure to invite Mr. Surya Prakash to share his insights with us through the keynote address. Please join me in welcoming him with a... I request the dignitaries to take the seat amongst the audience.
The Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, the Dean, Professor Dr. Christo, Dr. Prabhakar, Professor Dr. Kanishka, the esteemed faculty members of this prestigious institution, which is 142 years old, the students of this institution, whom I would probably call as the makers and the shapers of future India. I am extremely privileged and honored to be part of this HR conclave. This is a very pertinent and appropriate time to have this HR conference, HR conclave today. When I got this invite, I have come to this institution coming back. I said, will you be able to be one of our guests? I readily agreed because I thought, God knows whether he will call me again or not. In the age of AI, he may not need somebody like me in future. He might have a smart, intelligent, entity or object standing before you and talking about this subject. And this could become true one day, right? While it might sound interesting, funny, but this could become the reality of our life. Theme of this age of AI. We are talking about the AI revolution, ladies and gentlemen, today. The question talk about AI revolution. When you know that AI is going to transform the way we live, we engage, we communicate, we do business, we work, we live in society, jobs remain or they will go away. These questions that will take place the next 3 years, 5 years, 15 years, our revolution. Are you all freshers or work experience? What new jobs will be created in my sector? If I want to get into manufacturing, what are the new jobs getting created? If I want to get into IT, what are the new jobs? If my dream is to get into marketing, what are the new jobs? If my dream job is in healthcare, what are the new jobs getting created? I think this is what are the new jobs going to be created in the sector that I am, can you hear me? The sector that I'm going to be part of, the most important questions. And if I know that there are some new jobs getting created, I have to completely reskill myself, right? Because I probably don't have any experience in that space. The second, people used to there were graphic designers, there were artists who used to spend a lot of time
designing pictures, images, etc. Today you can create hundreds and thousands of pictures in no time by using artificial intelligence. You can create videos using artificial intelligence. You know, like using tools like text to video. You can you continue as a continue as a video editor, but must know how is your job going to get repurposed, thereby skilling. Reskilling is completely new skill that you need to acquire. Upskill is a skill you have, but you have to up the game in that skill. The third question that you need to ask yourself is, which jobs will go away? The jobs will not exist, right? Which jobs will go away? There are many jobs, like we don't have this STD booths anymore. We don't have consent in post offices anymore. We don't have typewriters anymore. And then you need to find out which jobs will go away, will become redundant in my sector. That's why non-repetitive jobs, right? So if you want to fix a toilet, we'll still call you a plumber, isn't it? If you have to fix responsible uses of AI governance, and so on. So these are some of the skills that you can look at. You don't have to be a technical or a programmer to be able to pick up those skills. Any one of you can pick up, irrespective of the industry, that you belong to. Some people ask me how to learn AI. It is the in thing today. My typical AI is start using AI tools. Experiential learning is the best learning. Here are some examples of AI tools which are available freeware in the open. Download and start using them. And I'm sure I will not be surprised if many of you have started using most of these tools already. All right. Now the next question. While you continue to learn all the time, pick up new AI skills, new technologies, new tools, new programming languages, etc., there are some skills which will help you throughout your career journey, irrespective of the revolution that you're going through. The first industrial revolution, the second and the third and the fourth, throughout the history of mankind, these skills have always remained important and will always remain important forever. AI will never replace them. And the first and foremost, most important skill is lifelong learning. That's an important skill to have. Combined with that is learning agility. So these are two important things. We must be prepared to learn all our life. We should never say that learning has stopped. I've graduated from St. Joseph's University. I've got a post-graduation degree. I have arrived. We should never think that way. We have to learn all our lives. And the most important thing is learning agility. We have to learn fairly enough to learn, but you have to learn at a fast pace. There's a very famous quote that I read some time ago, which says, in today's world, it is the fastest fish in the pond over once. Adaptability, flexibility is going to be important quickly. Don't always, I think, one of the famous business leaders of our times has said, don't always try to be the best, but definitely try to be the fastest. You understand the importance of this sentence? Don't always try to be the best, but try to be the fastest. Because you might be working on the best product or the best solution, but somebody else might hit the market with a suboptimal. You are working on the optimal solution, but somebody is already working on the same solution and has reached the market. May not be as perfect as your solution is, but he or she has already has gained the first mover advantage.
Before we conclude this HR conclave themed Navigating HR Dynamics in the Age of AI, it is with immense gratitude that I, on behalf of the entire team, stand before you to express our heartfelt thanks. First and foremost, we thank God Almighty for His abundant blessings in making today's event possible. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our chief patron, Dr. Father Victor Lobo, SJ, in absentia, whose support has been the cornerstone of this conclave. Matthias, Pro Vice Chancellor, SJU, ma'am, your guidance inspires us all, and we are profoundly grateful for your presence. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Christo Selvin, our Dean, School of Business. Sir, your opening remarks has set a perfect tone for discussions today. Sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Shri Surya Prakash, sir. Thank you for your enlightening keynote address that has sparked our imaginations and encouraged us to think beyond traditional boundaries. To our beloved guest, Dr. Prasoon Mukherjee, for being with us and gracing this occasion. Thank you, sir. A special mention goes to Dr. Padmanathan, the Associate Dean in her absence, and Professor Prabhakar, our Head of Department. Your contribution and commitment to excellence in education and leadership has profoundly shaped our learning environment. Special thanks to Professor Umair for your presence. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to our convener, Dr. Kanishka K., the main switch to this entire idea, and also his team. Your tireless efforts in organizing this event has not gone unnoticed. And we appreciate the meticulous planning that has gone into making this day possible. To Professor Grishma for helping us invoke the Almighty's presence, a big thank you, ma'am. A heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Preeti Sehra, the co-convener who very well took us through the entire inauguration program. To Ms. Leena for introducing the esteemed keynote guest, Shri Surya Prakash sir. And also to the co-committee members and the entire faculty of the Department of Management. Thank you for your unwavering support and collaboration. Make community and fosters an environment where innovation thrives. I would also like to thank our technical team headed by Professor Davis, our auditorium administrative in charge, Mr. Jimmy,
functions at that point of time start working hand in hand. So in my current role, where I head the wholesale banking division of the bank, I'm no doubt the leader of the banking division where I'm playing a line function, but I'm also quite in the helm of HR functions where most of the strategies of HR gets rolled out through the line functions, through the divisions of the bank, right? 24 years in the industry as a banker, and I would say that 24 years also I have been very close to the academia. Right from my first year when I started my career in Calcutta, I used to be a part of visiting faculty in business schools. I've traveled like 6 countries. The last was when I was in Canada for 6 years, and I was a visiting faculty in a university called Ryerson University there. Came back in 2016, joined Society General, and been very closely associated with various colleges and universities in Bangalore, in Coimbatore. So that leaves me to be at a very kind of a sweet spot, right? When I'm in my organization and I'm talking about something which most seems to like to be a theory, and I'm questioned, right? I very comfortably say that I'm an academician, and therefore theories are very naturally to come out. When I'm part of academia and I'm part of various university lectures and faculty, I very comfortably say that I'm from the industry, and therefore, any challenge that I pose to the academia is well-founded. So today, when I take this posture to speak in front of you all, right, and I'm assuming that you people are not only students, but various industry members who have joined your business classes over here. There's a mix of faculty, there's a mix of students, and there's a mix of people who are also from the industry. And not mincing words, I'm going to boil the ocean for all of you, because I'm not only going to leave you comfortable in your comfort zones of what you're doing today, but also leave you with some kind of spin-off thoughts with little level of intellectual curiosity, so that tomorrow morning when you'll get up, right, it's not that everything that you've heard today from various people evaporates. There should be something remaining in your mind. So what I'll be doing is walking you through my conversation. Is it frozen? Doing to understand that in the backdrop, the industry is changing faster than we comprehend. There is the routine tasks, but also in the work that I am doing as part of the banking faculty, there is a gross level of routine tasks which are getting automated. In the next slide, what I'm going to show you all is a section of those tasks which will be from the HR faculty, which could be getting automated, and those which would evolve over time. So what are the emerging roles to work on this use case where we were generating fact sheets for these mutual funds? Now, when we were generating the fact sheets for the mutual funds, there is this engineering community who were not willing to use AI because the department has blocked the usage of generative AI or anything to do with the large language models for the engineering community. So what we told what we told in the hackathon is, if we were to break the two divisions between the engineering and the management grads and give the same problem to both the units, let's see what would drive the innovation faster, right? And that we had the engineering team being part of teams which were having 2 people members. One was the engineer, and as well one was a business analyst who was given to the engineering team, and the business management faculty were just given the business management grad along with the AI tool. if you can recollect what a fact sheet means, right, in a business and finance domain, when you go to invest in a mutual fund, you have the fact sheet, you have the data which is driven by statistics, you have the charts and the graphs which are seen for the future performance of the funds, and there's a whole lot of inferences which are drawn from these charts, graphs, and all of that which is there, right? So if they have to be coded, given a 30 minutes time to the engineering and the business faculty, how much time would it take? To our surprise, what was seen is that the engineering community, after the 45 minutes of the time, could not even get to the basic level of coding because there's a huge amount of domain knowledge that is needed to draw the fact sheet. Whereas the business community, which had the AI tool, which has the LLM models, could do that within a 30 to 40 minutes time. So what I mean by digital literacy is not the ability to code, right? What I mean by digital literacy is the ability to be able to use the AI tools, to be ensuring that the domain knowledge which is very specific to your area is applied and is rightly given. So that is the digital literacy we are talking about. So when I talk about digital literacy to people who are from the young grads community coming up to our organization to work, right at the onset, we're not asking them to be an expert in being able to write code and to be the person behind the development of any of these AI tools. It's the understanding of the domain. It's the ability to solve problems, which is more important than being completely aware of the digital tools per se. And more important is the ability to continuously learn, right? Gone is the time when we would enter our jobs in year one, and then at the end of a retired life, at the end of 30 years, 26 years, that's the average span of a career that we are in, we retire. It would be a continuous learning, a break from what we are doing, and the ability to electronified. We were having certificates to be traded on the network, right? And instruments were getting digitized. So what was happening? In front of our eyes, for the first time, we saw data getting born. What is data? Data is a few sets of binary codes moving along the network. So in the last 20 years, we saw the data that was born evolve into a humongous amount of information that is flowing between various industry, the counterparts, the business entities, and so on and so forth. And that data that we are having today is a host of information, a wealth of knowledge for people to traction on and to build various tools and intelligence on top of it. So while we say data is an oil, data is the new oil, we also have to be cognizant of the fact that if we don't use that resource well, if we don't be cognizant of the fact that any misuse of that data can lead to consequences which could be very detrimental, not only towards the career of people, but also towards the organization, it is not right. So we have to be very cautious about the use of data. So it's, even from a human resource faculty point of view, when there's a employees data that we are using, or the structured and unstructured data that we call from the open source mediums like the Facebooks and the LinkedIn's of the world to use that data and build human resource profiles and candidate profiles, we have to ensure that various laws and regulations of the land have to be abided by. And people are building careers out of it. We are recruiting people who are contributing to the privacy, to the safety, and to the security of those data. So while we are talking about AI, while we are talking about various careers which can be built in the age of AI and in the age of machine learning and the age of digitization, please be cautious that you have to use data in a responsible manner. And that's where the ethical use of AI, ethical use of data plays a very critical role. Just to give you two guidances, before the AI Act is coming into play in Europe, GDPR had already gone live in 2002, and there's a 2% of the annual revenue of any company that goes at stake if there's a non-confirmation, if there's a non-compliance of the data. And in the coming years, what we shall see is there will be a 6% of global turnover of any company that will be imposed as a penalty if data is not used well. So before I go on to the next section where I'll be talking about a few use cases and a few tools we as banks are trying to champion the cause, and what we are also helping different startups and communities to build as HR tools on top of data, I'm just requesting you all to make sure that when you become responsible towards the governance and use of data, keep the laws of the land in mind. In fact, the IT Act in India is also becoming very stringent, where data, if it is not used properly, there are going to be stringent penalty measures for that. Okay. Now, what are the opportunities? Some of the opportunities that I would love to talk to, because there are a lot of people in the industry, from the industry in this room. There's a student community over here. And whenever I go to different universities to talk to students, there are always a bunch of people who are wanting to create their own startups, right? Startups solving some of the business problems. I'll be talking about HR as a central theme on these use cases, but these use cases, you must understand, are being built by not only human resource firms, but also by different RT organizations and different banks like us who are funding these IT organizations, or the HR communities, or the HR fraternities, or the HR organizations. This will also leave you all with some kind of thinking as where you all can the difference. If you don't want to get into a regular job, if you are planning to seed funding, or bootstrapping your own idea to form a startup, these could be very good pointers for you all to form ideas as what problems are there and what necessary resources you should put together to solve those problems. Now, the first on the recruiting space. Okay, we all must gear up towards an industry in the next few years where we'll see the gig workers taking precedence over the regular full-time workers. What do I mean by gig workers? Gig workers are those people who will be willing not to work on full-time basis, but they'll be the people who will be using their expertise, right, to be in short-term employment to solve a specific problem and then move on to do something else. Okay? And if you are questioning yourself, is that kind of an employment format today existing in the world today, in the industries across? It is existing. A firm called GLG, and if you were wake up in the morning, you could search for a role, right, which could be existing to solve a particular problem in the next 6 days to 2 weeks, or even for 1 day. You could get yourself employed to do something else. That could be the employment of the future. That could be the portal today. Is there a employment firm today that is taking care of this future need of gig workers? It is not there in India today, right? So can there be an idea conceived over the need of gig working, right, towards solving those critical problems as an entrepreneurial venture, right? Definitely there is, but there's a gap, as we call in the banking terminology, industrial void, which is commercially viable and a problem that could be very relevant for the industry to solve today. So one of the HR related topics or areas of the future is to solve this challenge of letting people who want to be in that gig working community be able to do justice to their own demands. So that is one thing. And I'm looking forward to a time when that kind of a format will mature in the Indian context. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who could be contributing in that space. Second is we as a bank and we as industry proponents are struggling to ensure that there is a particular format, a more matured format that is put in place to recruit, to onboard, and to groom young graduates. Today previously we had the Manpowers and the Naukris of the world. Today we have LinkedIn, where I'm seeing the young graduates and fresh engineers struggling really hard to find a place in these communities. But I see no portal, I see no aggregator that is solving this problem of the young graduates being made part of the industrial community. One could always question that there are placements run by universities, there are placements run by engineering institutes, there are placements run by even university colleges in different cities. Isn't that the solution to the problem? I see that not as an exact solution to the problem, because the tier 1 and the tier 2 colleges, they do have definitely very well formatted placement machineries working. But when I go to the tier 2 colleges, the tier 3 colleges in different cities, in tier 2 cities, in tier 3 cities, there is a problem there, because either the gap between the industry and the academia is not being thought through well, or the industry is not able to contribute to that problem solving very well. So there is an opportunity here from the students and from the early starters in this industry, where if you could bring the industry and the academia together to solve the recruitment of the young graduates, not only solving the problem by merely tactically making the two entities meet, but how the young graduates today can be made more work ready, right? In the tier 1 and tier 2 colleges, the formats of the curriculums are changing. There's a lot of effort being made to make people work ready right on from the first year. But when I go to the tier 3, as I said, people are not as much work ready. So there's an opportunity there. There's an opportunity in making the industry meet the young graduates and solve this problem of some platform where there could be more opportunities for young graduates to join. The third, the industry need for an ethical score. It's a very interesting concept, okay? Just bear your mind space to hear about this, and you'll understand what I'm meaning. See, when we are recruiting, when we as organizations, banking, non-banking, from any industry, when we recruit people, we look for 3 elements. First is the background of the individual in the context of what academic proficiency that person is bringing to the table. The second is work experience, right? You all have your resumes filled with the background of education and your work experience. The third is a very subtle element of a individual's profile that we look for, but we never get an ethical or empirical value that element. And what is that? The ethical background of the person. The ethical score, if you can want to term it empirically. Just relate that to a credit score, right? So when you are judging, when a bank is judging an individual whether to go ahead and extend a loan or not, you have a credit score. What is that credit score? The credit score is an aggregation of, again, a person's ability to pay back, and also it's an aggregation of many subtle factors, unstructured factors, ethical factors, which makes a person willing enough to contribute. And you have various credit scores now. Empyrean is one, CRISIL is one, and there are various other organizations who are given a credit score. Is it to the advantage of only the bank to allocate the credit score? No. It is for the bank and as well for the individual, because if the credit score is more, you as an individual can command a lower cost of borrowing, right? Understand that very carefully. Now, we in the industry are demanding for an ethical score of an individual, right? What is the benefit for the industry and what is the benefit for the individual as well? The individual can maybe command a more premium salary. An organization, what they're getting as a commitment is a more ethical worker. So there are startups in this ecosystem who are working towards creating that ethical score. Okay, and we as bank, we are working with NASSCOM, we are working with the Labor Ministry, we are working with different startups to come into a model. It's of course, since we're talking about AI, in the background there are AI engines working, there are various sensitivity analysis, deterministic models which are working to arrive at that model. And what we are doing is we are scanning, not we, but the organizations or the startup ecosystem, what they're working is individual. But it's a very nascent area. So when I'm talking about ideas, can there be ideas from all of you, for a few of you who want to get into the venture of this kind of ideation, this kind of a thinking, where not only an individual postures in front of an organization for employment with an academic background, a good work experience background, but also ethical background. And where this idea got conceived is more in the year 2019 and 20 during the great attrition period, where people would leave, people would commit to join.
Institute. Let's acknowledge some important instructions. Students who have not registered are requested to register in the ground floor. Kindly report to Mr. Manoj Prabhakar. Second instruction, students who are registered but not given attendance, kindly sign by giving your attendance. Third, students who have registered, given your signature for attendance, are requested to collect your identity card, notepad, pen, conference pouch. If you collect it, it's fine. The next important point is it's not merely being present, you're requested to take care of the proceedings. And especially one segment of this group, that is the MBA Twinning Program, your participation is integrated to your CIA. So expected learning outcome is not merely through your observation, you have to record and you have to submit it as a part of your learning outcome. And your attendance will be captured and your certificates will be given to you in the college. Now moving to the very important announcement, you will be given 15 minutes of refreshment break. I repeat, 15 minutes of recreation and refreshment, and each floor has the facility for the restroom, and the refreshments are served in the basement. I repeat, basement. A light refreshment, a working refreshment will be given to energize. 15 minutes, you're expected to leave. After a minute, when I exit, you can leave and you have to report back within 15 minutes. Are you with me? Okay, now I request, I'm not giving you instructions to leave. I said once I leave the conference, leave the auditorium with the dignitaries, you're expected to leave. And I want to place on record, I just got a feedback from the dean and the other staff members that the audience were very well participated, well behaved, well reciprocated. You require a round of applause. I'm sure that these input sessions have contributed to your intellectual as well as a professional growth. And we have more sessions coming up, and kindly stay participated. Please don't leave the premises, and we will give you instructions after every program. Now I request Prabhakar sir and Preeti ma'am to escort the dignitaries to the refreshment, and after that the students can leave after the dignitaries have left. Any clarifications with regarding to registration? MBA Twinning Program students can contact Manoj Prabhakar in the ground floor. Okay, students can leave row by row, and from the last I request the volunteers to open the doors of the auditorium. Don't get up at once. First 4 rows will move out. Basement of the auditorium block.
will be speaking on the topic, the role of AI in learning and development, upskilling the workforce. We look forward to your valuable insights. May I invite Sri Kaushik Uttara on stage.
Hello. We are still in good morning mode. I hope you all had a good refreshment. At least some energy pumped up that you went out and came back here. Okay, I'll get to there after some time. I see some people a little bit of smiley face, and some are more curious face as well. Is it because of my height? I'm not going to reveal this. Probably end of the session, I might get you there. I'm just an employee for an organization. I'm here today to just give my perspective on what a normal employee in an organization work. Before I go there, I have this crazy thing that I sometimes ask a lot of questions. So I'm going to throw a couple of questions here today. Raise your hand if you have ever used AI. We did Alexa. Oh, okay. How many of you used AI today? Quite a few. Me too, to do this session. Fantastic. I have another question, follow-up question, because I saw the energy. Raise your hand if you think AI will replace HR in your future. Oh, I saw a couple of hands. Probably they're not from HR division. I'll get for this point even later. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kaushik. I'm a senior leadership and development partner for a company called IJ Group. I've been in this journey for over 11 years. I've been worked in 4 different organizations, large scale, mid-size, even the startup. And today, I'm here to talk about the role of AI in learning development. I was talking to one of the students here and I understood that you might not have much aware of learning development. I hope you know that L&D falls under the HR group, yes? Okay, because I will be only talking about the L&D today, so I wanted to have a connect towards L&D. So what I'm going to explain is what I do in the office every day with the help of AI. Again, before getting into the AI, let me tell you what L&D looks like. Normally, in L&D, if it is a large organization, there will be a head of L&D. Then comes the 3 divisions: L&D partner, L&D operations, and the instructional design. Currently, I'm a L&D partner. I worked as a L&D operations. I also did a little bit of instructional design. That's the reason I'm connecting all the dots here. So what does L&D partner do? They are directly connected to the business stakeholders, understand what the business does. Plus, we essentially help the business in enhancing the capabilities that the business is looking for. We are fully rooted with the CEO and the sales team, marketing team, the core business to understand what are the capabilities is required to run the business. You probably might be having question like, I studied all my life in a very good academy, but still, why do I still have L&D in the company, right? Because the learning is really good. You have done all the learnings, but then when you get into the company wants a change. Every time it is so dynamic, customers want different types of products. For that, employees want to have that kind of skill sets. For those, we have learning development in the organization, okay? A lady partner directly connected to the business, understand what is the training requirement, and then when they come back, design these learning modules, design these learning courses, design these training programs. Once they develop, then comes the L&D operations. What the L&D operations do? They got to know what the training is required for the business. If the company has an in-house facilitator, the teacher is well and good. If they doesn't have, they have to get support from the external training partner, which means they essentially, the faculties or the teacher, they come to the company and deliver the session, deliver the training program on that particular topics or the subject. Okay? We have 3 classification of the competency, I call it as. One is the technical, functional, and behavioral. If anybody in the core HR and L&D domain, they will be knowing about these competencies. Based on these, the trainings have been classified. All right? Plus the L&D operations, they do a logistics activities, they evaluate the trainers, and they organize in conducting the training program. In the end, they will also help in measurement of the success of these training and deliveries. They capture all the data, and they do the analytics, data and analytics, and provide the dashboard to the L&D partners and the business as a whole. Okay? And the third sector, instructional designer, what these guys do. They're very closely working on the digital learning. All right? We have something called as e-learning modules. It is essentially a 30 to 1 hour program where employees will be able to click on next or select something so that it will go to the next page. Experiential learning, you can call it as. So these instructional designer develop these e-learning modules. It takes really hard time, fully digital. They use fantastic authoring tools, we call it as, such as Adobe Captivate, Articulate 360. When you indulge in this instructional designer, you get to know these tools, all right? They develop these e-learning modules and send back to the operations again. What the operations do? They assign these e-learning modules to all the employees. So tomorrow, we all got an offer in a company and join the organization. During the onboarding is the first day of your employment journey. What I get is a bunch of learning modules. All right? So first week, you need to sit and complete these e-learning modules. And who has designed these e-learning modules? The instructional designers. Okay? Too much theoretical? Okay. I'm so sorry. I don't have any fun factor. This is exactly what I do. every day, okay? Now let's talk about how was L&D function before pandemic, okay? Because I've been there from really long time, like 11 years, which means I was very comfortable doing the L&D activity, having everyday session. We used to conduct multiple sessions in a day program. The program was so fun, you know. The faculty used to come. We call it as a trainer, sorry. They come, they deliver the session. During the session of activities. And one of the fun part, employees used to attend this session just to spend their day. However, the trainer will ensure there will be a lot of takeaway during the session, okay? Then the pandemic hits. After the pandemic, you probably might have seen what was the transition. Exactly the same thing we also have been faced. We stopped all the training program for a period of 20 days because in back end we were juggling like, how do we conduct these training programs? Pandemic is there. We're not able to bring the external trainers. We can't even organize a training session because employees work from home already. But then we have a laptop being delivered to all the employees. Then comes the Zoom. Hope you all know what is Zoom. Probably you might have also gone through Zoom. Zoom is a deal breaker for us. We used Zoom full-fledged, and trainers were comfortable using Zoom, employees were also kind of getting into the comfortable Zoom, but there was a drastic changes after pandemic. And that is, we used to have a 1 day or 2 day program. It got reduced to half a day. Though the Zoom has this breakout area in the sense you can make a subgroup for activity and exercise. You get the one-to-one or in the classroom kind of engagement. So Zoom, the training program was significantly reduced to half a day, okay? And then comes the AI. Do you guys know when the AI got adopted, the generative AI, large language modules? Even I don't know. Probably beginning of 2021, I suppose. In my previous organization, that is a startup firm, where they were early adopter of these generative AI modules. That was a really big game changer where every employee started adopting the AI. So I will continue where I stopped before the AI, which is the sessions from the day it got cut off till the half a day. What the CEO and the customer wants. CEO want make it linear. Linear in the sense, if the team has 10 people, the expectation is to do it in 5 people. Okay? From the customer standpoint, what they're expecting, they want the product to be shipped really fast and the better quality. Because the competition is so strong, the expectation is too high. So that turned into a lot of expectation even in the employees that they doesn't have time for the learning. Okay? When they don't have the time for the learning, we L&D team have to do something about it because we need to have a continuation of the learning program, and then we have decided to have a on-the-job training. Okay? What does this on-the-job do? You'll be working as an employee. Parallelly, we're also sending all the training program, which is in a very big size, very small packets for you, So you don't need to come out and engage for the half-a-day training. You'll get on-the-job training. Okay? And then the soft skills, something which really need a proper exercises and all that. So for that, you can't simply get to do the on-the-job training. What we have to do, with the help of AI and tools and technology, we redesigned all the training modules. We made it more concise. From half a day, I was doing for two hours. Okay, all my trainings are going for the 2 hours. Still, it is not enough. Currently, I'm working on the modules. It is only taking 1.5 hours. The reason because the customers wanted more. They want the product shipped really fast and the better quality. With the help of AI and other tools and technology, what I normally do, I make it more leaner, smaller, and impactful. Okay, so that people don't spend much of time in the learning. However, the quality of the training remains the same. Okay? Remember I was telling about the e-learning modules, right? The digital learning. With the help of the latest digital tool and technology, we can do the e-learning modules within minutes. Earlier, the system is to take 30 days or 60 days to develop one single 30 minutes e-learning modules, but now it takes within a minute. Does anyone use ChatGPT? Okay. Sorry, wrong question. How many how many of you are not using ChatGPT? Okay. Yeah, this would be the better question. There are many other generative AI tools which will really help in generating these contents. What I normally do is first I go to the business, understand what are the requirements. I journal, I made it more structure, what is my requirement is, and then I put it in the ChatGPT or a Bard or any other generative AI. It gives me the structure. But I will get a very nice, fantastic learning content. Okay? However, what I do is, I will read through each and every answers the generative AI has given. The reason because not everything is correct. Not everything is according to my requirement, right? However, it gives me the very nice structure. So one thing what I wanted to highlight today is use this AI, but ensure you have a strong base knowledge of that particular subject. If you don't have, you'll simply copy paste whatever the result it has given, and the end person will get to know this is something a ChatGPT output easily. Okay? There are some words which I easily identify with this email has come from the ChatGPT, such as foster, additionally. And it's so fascinating that people should have a little bit, time to tune and make it more real, right? Similarly, the learning content that we are designing and developing, we are making sure that a lot of human touch-up has been kept in all the contents that we deliver. Okay, so I spoke about what is the current state of NL&D, how it looks like with the new era of AI. Not only this, there are research, and through the research, we've been identified that AI is a hype, okay? It might go down soon. But once we get adopted to it, we'll definitely keep using it. I also do the coaching program. Been trained on there's an institute called as International Coaching Federation as such. Though it's a high level where I do a one-on-one coaching with the employee and executives. Surprised to see that AI has the coaching. But I really don't know how the coaching works in the AI. I might also add some mentoring to it. Coaching and mentoring. So normally what a coach does is, he need to ask powerful question, he simply listens to the problem and help them overcome this problem and get the accountability of whatever the future goal that employee been spoke about. But there is a drawback in AI coaching, because I need to stand my career, right? So I'm ensuring that AI has some drawback in coaching. And that is, when a coach asks a powerful question to an employee, the bot will give the answer. If the question is so intimidating to the people who is using the bot, they will leave it. They will not ask any further question. But the actual coach, the real coach, will go more deeper. They will ensure to identify what is that an employee is showing the challenge is all about. All right? So there is a limitation of AI. However, you ensure that you keep that human-centric, more empathetical behavior, something which is not can be taken away from the profession, such as your communications. Communication is something which is the highest in the industry. It stands top. If I have to give the grading and the soft skill, communication stands top. Then comes the leadership skills. Third is the people manager. And it goes so on and so on. Emotional intelligence, because this is something AI can't take it away. All right? You guys have to keep your brain really sharp, have that strategic and critical thinking, because AI can't do that. Only you can do a critical thinking. When there is an output from these AIs, you also have to analyze whether it is right to invest that output in the project that you are doing. Okay? So what would be the future of LRD? Now you got to know that I'm using these AI applications in my learning modules, in designing my training content. We are also concised the duration to 1.5 hours from my day training. What would the future of L&D would look like in an organization? Are we going to lose the job? Does HR and L&D going to lose the job? The answer is no. But there is a caveat here. And that is, until you guys leverage these digital tools and technology, you will be standing as an outperformer, high performer. You will be shipping the product faster, better, and leaner using these digital tools and applications. So what you can do today is identify the list of AI tools, okay? That will help you in terms of whatever the project that you are working on, all right? There's something called as Copilot. Now, all the companies have been embedded this Copilot in their Microsoft Office suite. What does this Copilot do? How many of you use of Microsoft Office suite, like Word, Excel, PowerPoint? Fantastic. Do you know Copilot? What is Copilot? How many of you know what is Copilot? Oh, fantastic, there are hands. Yes, exactly. Copilot is been embedded in all the Microsoft tools, and you just need to ask what to do. It does in a minute. We'll be having a meeting and training programs every time, and once we hit the record option in the Teams, it records all the transcripts, right? And in the end of the session, it also gives the summary. How cool is that? How many of you know LinkedIn? Okay. How many of you know LinkedIn Learning? Fantastic. Do you know that has been embedded with the AI? It has an AI coach. I'm really worried about the AI coach thing adding into all these platforms. AI has been embedded in the LinkedIn Learning, all right? With that, when you go through the course, what it happens is it also have an option to summarize the particular topic. So it makes you get the information faster, more faster, and get to the point which is more personalized to your requirement. And that is because of the AI. And another thing which I really wanted to highlight is now in the company that I work for, we have a HR shared services. All your information, your job profile, everything is stored there, your designation, your background, such as your academic background, everything is being stored on the HR shared services system. Now this LinkedIn Learning getting integrated to the HR shared services system. What happens now? The LinkedIn Learning already have your profile, your LinkedIn profile. It got to know what you are clearly. Now it also got your company profile being integrated. What next? It automatically recognizes what you want to learn. And based on that, it recommends what you want to learn. The future of L&D would be, you don't need to go and search for, okay, what course I wanted to learn today. It recommends you. It really recommends you what course that need to be learned. Personalized courses, we call it as. Tomorrow, it's going to be hyper-personalized. The e-learning modules will be done in minutes. Videos. You can create videos very quickly. You just need to provide the script, okay? Another fascinating part, what I have seen in our company is, there was a video being generated, and it was talking like our CEO was talking, but it was actually generated by our CEO. Very nice, adaptive type of talk, talking with another person. And it's not a real CEO, it's an AI talking. Imagine if we develop such kind of learning modules. For example, your faculty, so-called faculty, is teaching you, and tomorrow it is not a real faculty, it's just an AI. How are you going to identify that? And you can also ask question, it gives the right answer during this AI kind of conversation, all right? So the embedding of this data to the L&D platform, and we also have something called as learning management system. It is really fantastic and scary as well. Because we always believe in the data of the learnings that have been engaged or assigned, how many training programs that we have conducted for a month or for a quarter. This AI, with the integration of different tools and application, gives you the dashboard and report, very insightful, which is mind-blowing to see that, how with this particular division, if it is HR division, how many courses that have been consumed. Everything easily can be consumed. Okay? So this is how the AI is currently shaping towards L&D. Even today, before I'm coming, I just did a PPT. That's the reason I'm not having any PPT here, because I'm kind of conscious. If I have a PPT, people think that I'm did it through ChatGPT or any other AI tools. I received a big, 2-3 pages of Word documents, and I have to do the PPT. I did it through the ChatGPT and send it across. Copilot has been embedded. It is very easy. Try to use it. Embrace all the learning technologies, new digital technologies, tools. See how fast your things can be done. Okay? Tomorrow, this is something, the expectation from each and every individual. Do fast, do better. And you will be having more time to spend on your cognitive thinking, the way you can think and do your research by yourself. All right? So some of the key points, before I open for a question and answer, some of the key points which I wanted to highlight here is, keep the base strong. Your base is very important. The base in the sense, your knowledge, your current knowledge, your academic knowledge, and your experiences. Keep it very strong. When it is strong, when you're leveraging these AI tools and applications, you'll get to know whether it is right or wrong. All right? Simply you're using the AI tool and tomorrow the result will be really bad. And you might lose the job because of the wrong deliveries. It is easily understandable from an employer point of view whether you have used AI. AI using is fine, but then the end output should be really conscious towards the particular topic. All right? Leverage some of these basic skills: communication, presentation. This is a ladder, right? Employment is a ladder. How are you going to showcase yourself? By talking to people. There are a lot of communication is in a very high level, but there are many types of communication skills coming out of the communication. Try to focus on that. Get advanced in your communication skills. That will help you get into the very high level. That boosts you along with these AI skills, digital. The communication skill is very important. Your leadership skills. Leadership, now it is too early for you, but then you start plotting your leadership skills right away. Because I've seen many young people are already getting into a team lead position, manager position, because they talk really well. And also they have a habit of helping other, nurturing other, giving a very good feedback. And these are the key things which we observe in an organization when you join to the company, all right? And be more human. Human-centric is very much important because when you are human, you have all the human things coming out. Your energy, your fun factor, your cognitive thinking, your critical thinking, asking question, all that, okay? And this is something which I remember now. I was trying to remember and recall. Be curious. This is something which I expect when you join an organization, okay? Be utmost curious. Curious something, even the CEO was talking in our town hall last week. His expectation is to be the young mind more curious. When you have curiosity, you ask questions, which means it feels like you're actually interested in something subject. Keep yourself more curious towards whatever the company, whichever the company that you are going, whichever the subject you're taking, whichever the stream that you will be joining, whichever the department that you'll be joining. All right, so before I open for a question and answer, I have one last sentence to make. AI is not a threat, it's just a tool. Use that, okay? Our company, IG Group, is looking for a high-performance culture, high-performance team, high-performance individual, which means make the product faster, better, and linear, all right? With that note, I'm gonna end this session today. and I'm open for the question and answer if you have any.
I request the audience, any questions? It looks comprehensible, exhaustive, complete, no questions. Well, felicitation and gratitude. I request Mr. Prabhakar, Head of the Department of Management, Ms. Preeti, the co-convener, Mr. Mohammad Umair, advisor, and one of the student to come up on the stage. And on behalf of this Department of Management, School of Business, St. Joseph University, we heartily thank our resource person, Uttara, for having given you a foundational perspective on AI and HR. I request Ms. Irene and team. I request Prabhakar, and I request all of you to come forward, join hands in felicitating our resource person. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give them a big round of applause for session 2. Thank you very much. Over to our session coordinator, Mr. Davis Chaco.
Next, we are delighted to welcome Dr. Rashini Vidyadhar, a distinguished data scientist. With a strong background in leveraging advanced analytics and AI technologies, she has been instrumental in optimizing HR processes and driving data-driven decision-making in organizations. Today, she will be speaking on the topic, leveraging AI models and technology for optimizing HR processes. We look forward to her invaluable insights. May we invite her on stage. A good round of applause for Dr. Rashini.
Okay. Hello all. So myself Varshini. I've been working as data scientist at Maersk from past 3 years. So basically I'm a very into technical, okay. So I hope that I can convey the technical aspect in much simpler way, and you're really able to understand how the tech part of all these things work, okay? Sorry, where is it? It's here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So before we start, here are some questions, okay? So just reflect among yourself. I'm not expecting any answer. So just wrap your thoughts around it, okay? So do you believe that AI can truly be unbiased, or will it always reflect human bias in some way? I hope you know what bias is, right? Some favorism or something like that. Second question, would you trust an AI to decide whether you deserve a promotion or raise? Why? Why not? No need to answer, just reflect the thoughts among yourself, okay? Do you think AI should have a role in sensitive HR decisions like layoff, termination? What are the potential risks? How would you feel about a company that used AI to track not just productivity, but also your emotional state during the day. If an AI system makes a mistake in hiring or promotion decisions, who should be held accountable? The AI, the HR team, or the developers? Do you think candidates should be told if AI plays a role in deciding whether they are hired? Why? Why not? We get a lot of auto-rejection mails, right? Whenever we apply, we don't know whether the HR is rejecting it or the AI is rejecting. So should we told that or should we not? As AI becomes more advanced, do you think the role of HR professionals will become obsolete or will it just evolve? Okay. I hope that by end of the session, you'll have answer for all this. That is the aim of this. We'll see, okay. Okay, so introduction of AI in HR. So in layman terms, if I want to tell like, what is AI? So simply what we will see is how this AI technologies. AI is a very large scope, okay? So inside AI, we have our ML, DL, NLP, so all these things will come inside AI. So how this particular technology is going to change the HR or how it is going to affect the HR. So one of the, you can say that is the key features is, okay, so first thing is, we can improve the efficiency, then we can reduce the bias, and we can enhance the employee experience, and basically we can take data-driven decisions, okay? So these are some of the advantages. I don't want to go in very high level because I know from morning, like many people might have covered this. Key areas where AI in HR is being used. So I have identified some high-level 5 key areas, but I will not go in detail with each one of them. So for today's session, what I have done is, I have only considered the first one, that is the recruitment and hiring, okay? And in detail, I will tell you how recruitment and hiring is done using the ML or NLP or whatever ML algorithms, and where the HR will be playing the role in this, okay? So as a HR, your major role will be, that is whenever you go to your company, your major role will be to make the employee feel comfortable about the AI technologies that is being used. So you are the one, you know, who should tell the employee that AI is safe, you can use the AI, okay? And you are the one who should actually educate the managers and the employees about the benefit of the AI. So if you are the one actually who should be knowing what is AI and how it is implementing our lives, okay? So as you can read the slides here, there are 5 areas that I have identified, but I'll not go in detail. I'll directly skip to the first one. Okay. So first one is recruitment and hiring. See, any ML algorithm will always follow some steps. First is there will always be data collection phase. After that, we will have data cleaning. Then we will have feature engineering. Then we will develop a model. Then we will train that model. Then we will deploy that model. And then there will be maintenance and so on. This is a constant. So all the 5 topics, whatever you saw there, all of them will follow the same procedure. But only thing is the ML models we use will be different. The data sources we use will be different. The type of metrics will be different. How we evaluate the model will be different. But rest of the things will be same. But for your point of view, that is as a HR point of view, if you know one particular topic in this, how HR is related to this, I think that should be sufficient. I need not cover all the 5 topics. That is why I have chosen only one of that, okay? So first coming to the data collection. As I said, whenever we are developing an ML model, the first thing we need is the data, okay? So suppose I have, you are a HR and I am a data scientist. So you will come to me with a problem statement. So you will tell that, okay, there is a vacancy and I have got 1,000 resumes. I cannot see each one of the resume. Please create a system for me in such a way that, you know, it will filter the resumes and, you know, I'll be getting some 10 resumes using which I will go ahead with the hiring process. Okay, so this is the problem statement you have given me. If I have to solve this problem statement, what is the first thing I need? I need the data. So the first thing I'll ask for you is, give me the historic data. Give me the historic data of all the resumes that you have. That is the people who have been hired and the people who have not been hired. And also give me the job descriptions for those resumes, for which job descriptions they applied and for which they did not apply. Main importantly, we want something called as label. That is, I need a labeled data. If they give me 1,000 resumes, it doesn't help. I need 1,000 resumes which will tell whether that person was hired or that person was not hired. Only then, I can make a decision and I can tell, in future, this particular person is potentially going to be hired. Okay? So this is the data collection phase. In data collection phase, basically, we need two things. One is the resumes, all the previous resumes, with labeled data telling that if they were selected or they were not selected, and the corresponding job descriptions. And I need the historic data. Historic data can be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, or anything is fine. Okay? The next thing is data processing. So once I have all the resumes and the job descriptions, this is very unstructured data. So I hope you know difference between structured data and unstructured data. Structured data is your Excel sheets, where you have rows and where you have columns. Unstructured data is like your PDF, your Word, where you definitely don't have any rows and columns. And all the PDF or the Word documents I have got is unstructured. So next thing is we have to convert the unstructured data to the structured data. Okay? So this is where the pre-processing will come into picture. So first thing is, we need to do something called as tokenization. Tokenization is where, we break the whole document into each and every words. And after breaking into each and every words, I have to identify important words. Example, the candidate name, his date of birth, his skill set, his qualifications. These are the important words that I have to identify. So the next thing we do is something called as parsing. So there are many libraries that are available for parsing. So you do the parsing and you get the important. Suppose if I say the ice cream was so good, the occurred one time, so it will be 1. Ice cream will be 1, so it will be ripple. Text is converted to numbers. The last one, the BERT, what you see there, it is a transformer-based software. So basically, this is already trained on some predefined models. So it already knows the context, okay? So once it reads a text, it comes to know, okay, what might be vector format, which we will be feeding to the models, so that it can learn something out of it. So after that, the next comes the labeling of the data. So in labeling of the data, basically, we can either have classes or we can have ranking system. Suppose if my HR tell that I want only 2 classes, whether this person will be hired or whether this person will not be hired. In that particular case, I will label it as hired or not hired. Or if my HR tells that I want these resumes to be ranked in order of how good they are, maybe 100, 99, and so on. In that particular case, it will be numbers. If it is classes, we call it as usually classification. If it is numbers, continuous numbers, we usually call it as a regression problem. Okay? So next one is the labeling part. So it can either be classification or it can be a regression. So next comes building of the model. So now I have to decide any one of the model which will learn from the information I have given and which will predict whether that particular candidate is eligible for an interview or not. Again, while selecting the model, there are different ways. There are so many models actually. So inside AI, we have ML models. We have NLP related models, usually for text. We have deep learning models, where the data is too huge or too much complexity, we will be using deep learning. We have RL models, reinforcement learning models. So basically, whenever you are selecting a model, you will be thinking about what is the type of application. So based on the type of application, you will be deciding which model you have to choose. Okay. So after choosing one particular model, suppose, next is we will have to train the data. So how the training happens is, suppose if I have 10 records, or assume I have 100 records. I have 100 resumes with me to train these 100 resumes. So usually what happens, we will split the data into 70% and 30%. 70% of data we will use for training, 30% of data we will use for testing. In 70% of data, all the input features will be trained against the output feature. What are the input features? The name of the candidate, the skill of the candidate, the qualification, what was his age, what was his experience, all these are the input. What is the output? The output is whether he'll be hired or he will not be hired. Or if it is a regression problem, I have to rank him. That will be the output. So 70% of data will be used only for this training purpose. That is, the ML don't know the relationship between the input and output, but it is trying to understand the relationship between this input and the output. And different algorithms use different logics to understand this. You have to try all the algorithm, and whichever works best, you will have to use that. So once the training on this 70% is has figured out some, okay, if I apply something, these weights or these bias, if I add this, if I multiply this, I'm getting this particular output. Because basically everything is numbers now. So now the same logic will be applied on check whether the training happened is right or wrong. Because in 30% of data also we have the input and we have our labels. So the next part comes the evaluation part. So now we will evaluate how did our model perform. So that is where, you know, we will have different evaluation parameters. We can have accuracy, we can have mean square error, we have precision, recall. Depending on what algorithm you're using, you will have to evaluate how your model performed. So once your model performed, suppose I'll go to my, I got 90% accuracy, so I'll go to the HR and I will tell that, okay, I have designed a model for you, I have got 90% accuracy, you can start using it. So the HR will not tell me, how can I trust you that, you know, just because you got 90% accuracy, this is working good. So that is when we have to use something called as feature interpretation. That is, I have to interpret the model and I have to tell her how my model is behaving. So usually how the interpretation is done is, we already have some libraries called as SHAP, or we use something called as feature importance. So it will show which is the important feature my model is considering. Suppose we can also show it in a visual format. So I will show her in the visual format that skills is the first important feature my model has considered. So she's okay with it. Next, experience is the second important feature my model has considered. Maybe the salary is the next important feature it has considered. So when I show the HR that how my model is understanding it and how my model has featured it, that is when, you know, my HR will be like, okay, fine, I can trust this model, we will go ahead with this particular model. So that is what the feature interpretation means. Now, after feature interpretation is done, next is we have to deploy the model. So while deploying the model, there might already be some system which is already available. Either we will have to integrate with that system, or if there is no system available, we will have to deploy it as a separate API in the cloud. Okay, so these are the two options. So after the deployment is also done, maybe the HR will start using whatever the output I'm giving, and based on the top rank or based on the classes, they will be using that particular resumes, and only they'll be going ahead for interviews with those resumes. Is this process clear? Okay. So regarding that bias and bias mitigation, we'll talk later. Okay. So this is the only technical part I wanted to convey. After this, there is no technical part. But if you could understand 80% of this also, like, okay, 70% of this also, I'm happy. Okay. Okay. So next, what is the role of HR in this? So we saw all the process, right? So what does the HR do in this? First, the data collection. I cannot use any data, right? So the HR has to make sure that whatever the data I'm using, it is privacy compliant, and also it is complete and it is relevant data. I cannot train the model on some other company's resumes, right? So that is where, you know, the HR comes into picture to make sure that the data we are using is correct, complete, and most importantly, it is privacy and policy compliant. That's the most important thing. Second is data processing. So when I'm processing the data, they have to define some key metrics. So now suppose my HR don't want, what they say, gap in between the career. But that particular metrics is not there in the resume. So I will have to create that particular metric, something called as gap in the resume or something like that. So that is where the HR should come into picture and tell me what exactly they need there, so that that data preparation or processing can be done there. The next thing is while labeling the data. So obviously the HR again comes into picture, and they will define what classes they want, whether it is higher, not higher, or well performing, not performing, whatever classes, that is where the HR will come. Next is building the model. As I said, there are many models we can choose from. But if I know exactly what is the complexity of the model, what is the importance of this model. Example, here in HR data, the fairness is very, very important. Okay, so this particular model should not be gender biased, it should not be age biased, it should not be region biased, it should not be caste biased. So when someone says that this biasness is like very important, I cannot choose any algorithm I want. There are specific algorithms which are specifically used for this fairness to be taken care of. So that is where again the HR will come into picture. So based on their inputs, we'll be choosing whatever algorithm we have to. So next is the evaluation. As I said, in the evaluation suppose I got 90% accuracy. So I will go and I'll tell the HR I got 90% accuracy. But the HR will tell, okay, 90% accuracy is good, but your model is not performing fair. It is not including some of the regions, some candidates from some of the regions. So it's not fair. In that particular case, we cannot use it. Always accuracy is not the only metrics. There are so many other things we have to consider, like the company culture, its policies, and so on. So while evaluating that particular model, the HR is the one who will be giving inputs about all these things. Next is again the feature interpretation. While interpreting the feature, which one is important, which one is not important, the HR is the one who will decide. In the deployment, again the HR is the one who has to take care of whether the system, which system has to be integrated, how it has to be integrated, and all that. And last one is the bias mitigation. You have to see to it that there is no bias and the fairness is maintained across. There are some failures that has happened in the past, okay? So example, in 2018, Amazon actually designed one HR system, and the training was done on last 10 years of data. But later they came to know that that particular data was biased. What might be the reason? The training was done on last 10 years in 2018. What might be the reason? So somewhat it was male-oriented, right? From 2018, if you consider last 10 years, the industry was somewhat male-oriented. And no one took care of actually the bias or the fairness there. The HR had no idea about it. That is why the whole system failed there. So they had to scrap the whole system and they had to once again, redo it. One more example where I think you have read this in LinkedIn and all, where a manager, there was a vacancy and the manager was not getting any of the resumes shortlisted, so he applied his own resume and that also got rejected, right? So what was the mistake there? The AI system was very rigid. You should not leave an AI system, especially in the HR, as it is. There should be a human intervention that has to be there. And you should always revise the policy. And there should be a lot of testing that has to be done. You just cannot deploy it as it is, right? So that's why the HRs were fired there. So this is where, you should know how and where your role is important. So this was the second case. And the third case is, there was one more failure where, some of the systems will not actually generalize. Means when you train the data for a specific organization or for a specific role, it works very well for that specific role, but it will not generalize. So those are also actually failures. So example, my own resume, because I had teaching background and when I applied, I never really got a call from anywhere because none of my skills from teaching were matching the industry standards, whatever they had. But there were so many skills that were transferable. But the AI system will not understand those transferable skills, which are transferable skills and which are not. It is not that smart enough. So you have to make sure that, whatever system you build, it is not specific. That is, the testing should not be done specific, but the output should always be generalized. Okay? Okay. So next thing is how to maintain the fairness in the model. Okay, this is very, very important. So whenever you are dealing with something, you have to maintain fairness in gender or age or regions or caste or whatever it is. So how we can maintain this fairness? There are three main things we can do. One is pre-processing techniques, one more is in-processing technique, and one more is post-processing techniques. Pre-processing techniques means the data, you will adjust bias, and then you will training. In-processing means this will process itself. Post-processing means after investment there. So first one is in-processing. Okay. So first one is pre-processing. In the pre-processing, what happens is we add some external weights. Suppose I'll take the same Amazon example. If my majority class is men and if my minority class is women, because I add extra weights to the class women and then I train the model. Okay, so this is one way how the fairness can be ensured. The second way how the fairness can be ensured is disparate impact remover. So suppose, we train the model again and again till a point, that is we change the values of male and female. Okay, example, I will take an age example. Suppose youngsters are getting more and more promotion and maybe older people, they are getting less promotion. So again, this is biased, right? So whenever we train on this particular data, it becomes biased. So how to remove this particular bias is, we will go on adjusting the age in such a way that the age doesn't matter at all. Okay, that is how we do the tuning. That is the second thing here. Next is the in-processing fairness. So usually what happens here is, we have something called as advisorily debiasing. So basically there will be two models here. So first model is predictive model, second model is advisory model. So what your predictive model will do is, it will train the data as it is and it will tell whether a candidate is eligible or not eligible to get a job. But whereas the advice to be fair. So if your advisory model is able to predict whether it's a male or whether it's a female, it means the changes will be done in it again and again so that it will not be able to predict whether it's a male and a female, and that data set will be used for training. Okay. The next one is fairness aware regularization. So here usually what we do is we penalize. So usually whenever we are calculating the evaluation parameters, we have something called as loss functions. So we add some extra penalty in that loss functions so that, whenever such gender bias or such majority or minority cases we come to know, we will penalize it externally. Okay. The next one is post-processing. Post-processing means the training is already done. Now you have to filter after the training is done. So there are two methods. One is, suppose you have set a threshold. You have set a threshold of 70 for male, 70 for female. But now, because you know that the classes, this is imbalanced, you change the threshold. You make 70 for male and you make maybe 50 for female. Because you know there is a gender bias. So this is one way of handling it. Okay. And the second way is where we reject open classification. Okay. So in the second way, suppose my threshold is 70 and a male candidate is falling in 60 and a female candidate is falling in 60, but my threshold is 70. In this particular case, I will push the female candidate because again I know this is imbalanced data set. Okay, so this is how some of the fairness can be maintained. The next important part as a HR is, you have to build trust among the employees so that the AI is safe, so that you can tell that the AI is a safe thing to use. Okay. So how we can do is how to build the trust on ML-driven projects. Okay. The first one is the transparency. How do we get the transparency? How do I know whether a model is performing well or not? The first thing is you have to explain the model. How to explain the model? As I said, either you can explain the model by using feature importance, you can show these are the features, or there is something called as SHAP values. SHAP values is nothing but where it will tell you what is the coordination between the output label and each and every input label. So how much percent of this output label is dependent on first feature, how much is dependent on the second feature. So that is the coordination you can see there. So this is also one more way of explaining how the model is working. Okay, so whenever you explain something, so more and more people will be ready to accept it. The second thing is you have to have clear communication. That is, you should tell the employers on what data set you have trained it, what are the metrics you are using. When you clear all these things, then people will be. This one is the fairness and the bias. So the next thing is, that is the system or the data has to be fair and it should not be biased. Okay. So example of one thing is regular audits has to be conducted again and again. How do we perform these regular audits is, suppose if I come to know that age might be a factor where some bias is happening. If I feel age is a factor where the bias is happening, I run the model with age feature and I run the model without age feature. In both the cases, I should get the same output. If I get the same output, only then it means that, it is not biased. So this has to be done on a regular basis. On a regular basis, you have to audit this on some of the features where you feel that it can be biased. Okay, this is one way. The second one is, there is something called as fairness metrics. So you can use the fairness metrics directly and you can find out whether the model is fair or not. Example, suppose if you're getting some output from the majority class, the 80% of output you should be getting from the minority class. That is, suppose if you have 100 male resumes and if 60 of them are getting selected, 80% of 60 should get selected from the female candidates. If not, then it means that there is some fairness is not there, or there is some bias in the system. So this is when you should know that, some retuning has to be done in the system. So this is the second way. The next one is, you already have some specific models which will specifically work for this fairness. Example, like you have fairness SVM, you have fairness random forest. There are so many algorithms which will specifically work on this. You can use those algorithms directly. Next one is human in loop. Whenever you are developing an AI system for HR, there should always be a human in loop. It can be a manager who will, after maybe you're performing a performance analysis using AI, after all the performance analysis has been done, there should be a manager who will look into it and tell that, yes, this is right or this is wrong. Because your AI system cannot capture everything. Example, if an employee was not well for one particular month, your AI will not capture it, but your manager will know that you were not well for that particular month. So such details which will be left from the AI, human intervention will help there. The next thing is the employee input. You should take the input from the employees. After you have explained all the system, if the employee is still not satisfied, if the employee will still say that, no, I'm not happy with this performance evaluation of mine, then you should go ahead and you should make an effort to, explain to the employee more, okay? The next one is feedback and interactive improvement. That is, once you have designed a system, you should give those systems to the users so that they will challenge that system and they will get back to you. Once they challenge the system and they get back to you, you should collect those inputs and you should incorporate those inputs in the model again. So this is how we can build the trust among the employees. What is the major role of HR? Okay, that is in general terms, that is considering all the 5 problem statements that I had given initially. The major role of HR is, first, maintaining the bias and the fairness in the data. That is very important. Second is privacy and data security. That should never be breached. Third one is employee trust. It is in your hands to make sure that the employee will trust whatever decisions you are taking. The next one is training AI. That is, you should train your managers and you should train your employees and what are the advantages of AI and what are the uses of using this AI technology over traditional HR systems.
Does his resume using AI, and the other guy uses a traditional way of copying and editing it. So when both
guys apply for the same job, does the algorithm that the company has created to recruit the people chooses the resume which is created by AI rather than the traditional way? And if so, how can I crack the system? Thank you.
Okay. It's not about AI created or traditionally created. It is about, the matching of the words and the text. So, yes, yes, yes. So, yes, yes. So, it's better whenever you go to any particular, you're applying for some particular job, look at the job description, and whatever words are there in that job description, it's better if you will add those words in your resume, personalize your resume, and then apply. Because the match will happen with that job description itself. Yeah. So it's better. I don't do that, but I'm recommending.
Okay, I think so. We will wind up due to the, we are, as per the schedule, we are 3 minutes before the schedule. The program is expected to complete between 1:05 to 1:10. If anybody is desperate to ask question, definitely yes. Okay, I request Ms. Irene Dow to come forward, the co-convener of the HR Conclave, on behalf of the School of Business, Department of Management, St. Joseph University. Ladies and gentlemen, let us join hands to felicitate Dr. Varshini Vidyadhar, data scientist, AP Mullah Masek, and I saw a lot of students making notes, Ms. Varshini. I'm sure that your input, let's extend our gratitude. Ma'am, your session was, I would say, a blend of academic as well as industry. It was a convergence. I'm sure that I saw a lot of them taking some notes and pictures. I don't know the pictures were of you or the content, but both as data. One is human, the other one is a resource. Definitely they will use both for learning, ladies and gentlemen. And once more, let's thank ma'am for having come and presided over the session. Thank you, ma'am. Few important instructions. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants, especially the largest participant. The entire program was conceptualized keeping you as the stakeholder. I'm talking about the St. Joseph's Pondicherry Central University Twinning Program. I really appreciate your gesture, but this has to sustain till the validity, point 1. Point 2, and I also would like other students from other institutions, can we, apart from St. Joseph institutions, who are the other participants, can you raise your hands? Okay, kindly put your hands down. Now, very important instructions, you have to listen carefully. Now, the MBA Twinning Program students who have work commitments only, and you need to understand that the program is aligned to your learning outcome. And you would have experienced the morning session. Even 1% of the input session of today will be a game changer in your career. Keeping in that mind, you're expected to attend the afternoon sessions. Now, any students who are having extraordinary commitment, there are a handful of them, they will make a registration down with Mr. Manoj Prabhakar. Okay, we don't want any deviation on that matter, because I've been with students, I've been with behaviors, I know how it operates. Second one, I found students were out of the auditorium during a course of session. That is not appreciated. Definitely, If you need a break for something very urgent, yes, and we appreciate that. And the third one is kindly stick on to your schedules and make note taking is very, very important. Now, I wanted to ask the students who has emergency exit for an office job, which you have to prove me with a record, and you know me very well. You have to send me your login and log out for you to get your credentials, which I've discussed to you. One is the CIA aligned, your attendance part, the certificate part. And only then I will hand it over. The reason is that we have done this program for you and we don't want any deviations on that matter. Okay, I just want to get a feeler, How many students here at the MBA Twinning program are exiting with you have a proof of your afternoon 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock commitment? Please raise your hands. Okay, put your hands down. But second shift, how do we run the panel if you're not there? Point one. One sec. You have to listen first. One sec. You have to first listen. I understand. The point one. And second one is that there is how many people are participating in the HR competition? There should be around 149 registered. How many students are there in the HR competition? There should be 149 as per your registration. Okay? Please note, HR competition, there should be around 149. You have registered the program. That is one group. And the competition happens between 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, 2 to 4. That is the second part. Okay? Now, there are some students who have a common batch. Neither you are registered for the full. That means both morning session and afternoon session. Are you able to understand? Am I clear? So I once more request you understand that you have only 2.5 more sessions to attend. 1:10 to 2 is your lunch time. Lunch is arranged in the basement. 1:15 to 2 you are expected to have your lunch. I'm requesting you once more, if anybody want to listen and work online in office, you're permitted here. Okay, that option is there, because I need to understand, empathize your requirement. Only I'm again saying that only students who are desperate are requested to go after the lunch. Lunch is arranged. You cannot skip your lunch. Okay? And again, these are some announcements. Students who are participating in the competition, please report back to the auditorium at 2 o'clock. Here, don't go anywhere. Report back to the auditorium. 30 minutes lunch, 10 minutes recreation, 5 minutes socialization, come back to auditorium. Am I clear? And the number which you raised your hands should come down. The numbers who are raised, your hands should come down. And I'm requesting you, if you are not having, even if you're ticked for a morning session, only, but you can work from here, listen to the panel discussion, you can work from here. Only people who have to physically join, very important, have to write down to Mr. Manoj Prabhakar, who is in the ground floor, because we have to write certificates only after that. Am I clear? Am I clear, yes or no? Okay, kindly rush to lunch first. Okay, some people can do a registration for exit. Hope you respect my words that you are expected to come 15. And it was presided by the chief guest and the keynote address. That's Mr. Surya Prakash Mahopatra from Wipro, who's the talent ed skill, that's training and development program. And from the university side, we had Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Regina Ma'am. And at the school level, we had our Dean, Dr. Christo Selvin. At the department level, we had Mr. Prabhakar. And we had the conveners, we had three conveners who was leading the entire inaugural program. That's myself, Miss Irene Dow, and Dr. Preeti. So the inauguration, the focus was on basically setting a tone for today's conclave, which was AI and HR. And subsequently, after the inauguration, we had the chief guests giving the different dimensions on the theme, the AI and HR. And after that, we had second session was presided by Prasoon Mukherjee, the director of Society General, one of the segments, who focus on the role of the impact of AI on the workforce. Then we had at the function, the third speaker was Mr. Karthik Uthaya, who was also associated to Society General earlier, then later he had associated to Learning and Development Program. He focused on different, what I would say, challenges, opportunities, implications on AI and HR. And also he spoke on some aspects of coding and other aspects. The fourth speaker was Dr. Varshini, who spoke on the fundamentals, the complete process of how AI has impacted HR. That was a fundamental but a very well conceptualized session. So we had totally 4 speakers, including the keynote speaker, and we had over 20 university officials, 850 students who participated from different institutions across the city. And the major stakeholders of today's program, as it was conceptualized, was the MBA Twinning Program student. There were around 650 students who attended the morning session from the MBA. So on behalf of the Department of Management, School of Business, St. Joseph University, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the stakeholders who participated in the morning session, all the university officials, resource person, and most importantly, the MBA Twinning Program who very actively participated and made the program successful in the morning session. And I got feedback from the various sources that the program was exceeded beyond expectation in terms of its time management, technicalities, the resource persons, infrastructure, all the facilities. And I request the audience and the participants to really acknowledge the morning session. Let me have a round of applause. And now we are moving to the afternoon session. Afternoon session, we have a parallel session. Now we are the first session of the afternoon, we have HR competition. The focus is to nurture the learners to get acquainted with certain HR skills, resume writing, application, resume writing, aptitude testing, stress interviews. So we are focusing on those areas, not AI really, but on HR. The competitions are parallelly happening at the Arupe block. There are around 50 plus participants participating there. And we have the parallel session, that is the panel discussion 1. We will be commencing very shortly within 2 to 3 minutes. Now, the panel discussion, we are totally 5 panelists. I will not be speaking much on the profile of the panelists and the entire process and the outcome expected. So now, without much ado, I request the moderator, Mr. Varun, to invite the panelists on stage, and I request the audience to give a round of applause as Mr. Varun Ramachandran, the moderator, to invite Mr. Varun. You can also right away escort them on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the panelist and the moderator for the afternoon session 1. And I request Mr. Davis Chaco to come forward and introduce our moderator and take forward to the afternoon session panel discussion 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Varun Ramachandran, a prominent advocate for inclusive workforce development. With a wealth of experience in leveraging AI to foster equitable opportunities, he has been at the forefront of initiatives that bridge the gap between innovation and inclusivity. I invite him to take over the session now.
So, well, good afternoon, everybody. So, can we get a good afternoon? I understand the lunch and the cozy place, right, is probably making us a little dull. So, let's keep this fun, guys. So, that's why it's not going to be a presentation. We don't have PPT. The first thing. The second thing is nobody is going to speak for hours together. Right? It's going to be fun, it's going to be simple, and it's going to be accelerating. So good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so before we get started, right, I'm pretty sure everybody is talking about AI. Now, AI is everywhere. Right? I'll give you an example. The first thing when I do AI is causing confusion in families. I was in my bedroom, and then I said, "Hey, Siri." And the way Siri is responding today, it's so human. It says, "Mm-hmm." Right? And my mother barged into the room. She was like, "Are you hiding somebody here in the closet?" Right? So the point is, AI is everywhere, and we can't run away. Right? But we have to keep a close check on AI, because in future, you don't want vacuum cleaners and washing machines to stage a protest. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session on AI in the world of HR. So with me, yes, yeah, give everybody a huge round of applause. Okay, brilliant. So with that, let's have the panelists introduce. So, okay, let's go with the ladies. So usually when we talk technology, it's the men. That's how it used to be. And you see, we're making stereotypes. So in the panel, other than the moderator, you see there's only one man, which means AI is for all and AI is for everybody. So introducing the first person on my right-hand side, Afreen. So Afreen comes with 10 years of experience. So she is a product of St. Joseph's. An interesting fact about Afreen is that in 150 years of this college history, she was the first women president of this college. So she comes with 10 years of technology experience. So she finds herself in midst of technology and the space of human resource. So that's what she does. And then we have Pratibha. Currently, she just completed her studies in Stanford. She's in Harvard, again, has 10 years of experience. She deals with an HR solutioning, so she's part of the pre-sales team. And that's what she does for a living. And then we have Saumani. Saumani is an HR BP, which is HR business partner. So she again comes with 10 years of experience. Again, somebody who has a big fist when it comes for technology. And finally, the man out there. Club all our experiences. That's his experience. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you here, your age is less than his experience. He looks younger, though he looks like my younger brother. He has 25 years of experience, all in technology. He has 2 MBA degrees from the reputed top 10 colleges of the world. I'm not even talking about India. Right? He's dealt and he's so many solutions out there. And not just that, he's a pioneer of certain technology, right? And he claims, I mean, he doesn't claim that, we claim that he's more like how we say a doctor, we call him a technologist. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is your panel and that's Kishore for you. So let's give them a huge round of applause. Okay, I'm done talking. Okay, that was quite a long monologue. So, Afreen, let's get started with you. Now, I personally know that AI has been there for quite some time. How long do you guys think AI was there before we got exposed to it? Any guesses? It's been there for 50 years. Right, if you're wondering. It's been there for 50 years. And now is when there's so much of hype about AI. So, Afreen, do you want to throw some light? Why is that all of a sudden everybody is talking about AI?
Thank you, Varun. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for your energy. It's always at par with the Bangalore weather, which is always surprising and is always very dear and near to our hearts. To answer to your question, absolutely. As you mentioned, that AI has been there for far too long, 50 years, right? So why is it that it's booming suddenly? I'll give you a simple answer to that. If you observe, right, I'll play with numbers and give you a comparison to understand why is it booming so much today. Back in 1950s is when, certain models were discovered and very few organizations started using them at their advantage. Moving on to the 1980s, we see that a lot more people, or let's say a lot more organizations started using it. But today, every person wants to use AI. When I say every person, I'm talking about children, talking about teenagers, talking about young professionals, adults, and therefore organizations. So why is it that suddenly for the past 4 or 5 years, or let's say a decade, is why it has been booming so much, right? So earlier, it's a simple understanding of demand and supply. Earlier, let's say you had 100 people building AI models, but on the contrary, you had 10 people using it. Okay? These numbers, again, I'm asking you to assume so that you can, relate how it's being involved so much into abilities and what it can do. Is why we see this sudden surge in usage of artificial intelligence.
Okay, brilliant. So we're talking about the use of artificial intelligence and how, be it a mother or a toddler, everybody is using AI today, right? And there are kids, they don't know how to say mommy, daddy, but they know how to scroll. They know how to use technology. Now, I want to move on to Saumani. So, Saumani, you're in HR, right? Now, if AI is doing everything, what does an HR do? Right? So, I'm a little curious to know, right? Because everywhere we have AI sprinkled, right? The only thing is on food, we are not sprinkling it yet. But everywhere else, there's AI. And with so much of adaptation of AI, what's the scope for humans, which is the HRs, and how are we going to deal with that?
Thank you, Varun, for that question, and I think that's a pretty valid question. All of us studying management or who want to graduate and be a management professional, it makes us rethink our decisions. Like we've spent all of this time studying, like, are we relevant in the workforce now? Well, to answer your question, AI does automate a lot of repetitive tasks, but it doesn't necessarily take away the human from a job, right? So maybe a lot of entry-level positions are getting replaced or are getting obsolete because of AI, but that does not indicate that we don't have jobs at all for anyone in HR. HR is actually focused on the human element, right? What that basically means is, as much as a machine, as AI, can automate basic tasks as setting up a calendar invite or automating emails, it doesn't mean it can understand complex and dynamic situations in the workplace. So say, for example, if you're in a situation where you have two employees just fighting, right? AI can't want to do more with work, right? Who manages all of these human emotions at the workplace? It's us HR. All the way from promotions to I mean, as big as, say, for example, succession planning and things like that, HR do it. Even if, so AI basically gets fed data, but what AI wants to do with that data is up to the human to decide. So until we give the machine context to work with, it will not work for you. So answering your question, AI can probably automate a lot of stuff, but that does not mean it can take away the human from our jobs. Maybe we have a higher entry point, so basic entry-level work is probably obsolete, but we probably will need to train or educate ourselves with a higher, more AI skills in order to perform our tasks.
Okay, great. What I really liked about what you spoke about, Saumani, is the humanness will remain, right? We can bring as much as technology we want. We can build layers after layers. But it's like an onion, right? You keep removing layer after layer, there's nothing, right? So at the core, it has to be human values. It has to be that humanness. Now, talking about humanness, is the feeling of belonging at times that matter, right? At workplace, you go, you join a workplace. How belong do you feel at that place? Right now, right here, we have one man other than the moderator here, right? And you have 3 women. So inclusion is very important, right? Kishore, you will agree. Now, how do you think AI can bring about that inclusive environment?
I think that's a very valid point, right? As organizations are growing, as we build the workforce in the organizations, it has to be inclusive, equitable, and diverse, right? Like somebody mentioned about AI can't replace certain things that HR functions do. Let's talk about what do we do in workforce management to start with, right? It starts with hiring process. We all talk about hiring diverse, skilled people for the organizations. Just because we are humans, we tend to be biased sometimes. Bias could come in many forms and shape. It could be while I'm screening a profile, just because a candidate is from the state that I belong to or the same language that I speak, I may be affiliated more to the candidate. Now, we got to think of how to eliminate the biases in the process. There are AI tools which helps in screening the candidates just based on the skills and qualifications without any bias. We all talk about, every organization talks about building the diverse profiles in the company, right? Diversity doesn't just mean gender diversity. It also means, for example, physically differently abled people, right? How do we ensure that we hire such people? We all work for MNCs. These are organizations which are cross-border, speak multiple languages. I may end up interviewing a candidate who is basically in Poland who speaks Polish. So naturally, English comes as second language for him. There are AI tools which helps in this interview process as well. I mean, as simple as translating the text to a non-native speaker, or it could be real-time giving a commentary on what the individual is speaking during the interview process, or it could be like voice to text as well, where I can see the text what the individual is speaking, though he's not his first language. It's not just the hiring and the interview process, right? We also talk about growing the individuals in the organizations from a HR function perspective. Now, if you want to grow the individuals, you have to curate the training plans for the individuals, right? It has to happen in such a way that the training plans are curated, basically determining what is needed for the individual rather than organizations mandating certain trainings. So these curated trainings can be done again using artificial models. What I don't agree with so many was the performance part of it, right? While HRs play a great role in the performance management system, there also AI can play a role. It can help in doing more of qualitative analysis of the candidate's profile and what the work they have done and how they are rated against other individuals. That can act as an aid to the HR function, right? So HRs take the final call. Human intelligence is not going to be taken away, but AI tools can help there as well.
Okay, I guess that was a brilliant, insightful input there, Kishore. When you have somebody who is technically sound, but just because they don't speak the language, because see, in India, forget English, we speak English in our mother tongue, right? You go everywhere, just by the way they speak English, you know where they come from, right? So yes, it's very important to have the core competence right at the center and not look at other things which can be developed, right? So talking about development, now I know all four of you here are smarter than me, and that's why I'm asking questions and you guys are answering. Now I would like Pratibha to answer this, right? Now how do you think AI can help in mentoring and coaching individuals? Now not everybody has the same opportunity. Now, I could have gone to a government school where the education was not great, but maybe somebody else, right, went to a good convent school. And both of us, later in our lives, might work in the same place. Maybe there's something that I lacked when I was growing up that can contribute to some of the things that I don't have at the present. Now, how do you think AI can bridge that gap, and how can AI and mentor and coach somebody?
So I think throughout my life, I've been parts of various mentorship programs. And apart from what you kind of learn in school and college, I think mentors always bring a very diverse perspective to where you want to go, what you want to be, and how far you even want to go as well, right? But today, what I think AI has done is it's really democratized mentorship. So back in the day, your mentor had to be in the same location, you had to meet your mentor, you had to write down goals, aspirations, you kind of did the mapping between I'm at position X, I want to get to position Y, it's going to take me 5 years, all of that. But today, AI has kind of evaded all of those barriers for you. I can sit in India and have a mentor back in the US. And today we have algorithms in the system that match mentors and mentees. So based on my aspirations, my skill sets, where I come from, and how fast I even want to get there, we have algorithms in place that matches the mentor database and the mentee database, right? And it also, adding to what Kishore said, it can even provide you resources and learning to upskill yourself. Your mentor can really provide that customized guidance, which will always stay. And that is to complement what Samni said, the human element will always stay. So your mentor will really provide that customized guidance for you, but you can come to those meetings prepared. And I'm sure all of you, if you have mentors or if you have guides, you meet them at regular intervals. We set up like monthly meetings or quarterly meetings or whatever they are. So you can have AI schedule all of that, but show up to the meeting prepared, because it's given you all of those resources for you to come to those meetings, to be able to ask the right questions, to be able to probe your mentor in a direction that you want your mentor to be probed in, versus your mentor probing you. So I think these are all of the various aspects in which AI has really played a great role in terms of mentorship and development.
Okay, great point. Thanks, Pratibha. Now I want to, yes. Now here's a question, right? I'm going to shift. You guys are also my panelists now. Here's a question for all of you. How many of you all have a mentor? Some of them are like, what is a mentor? Show of hands, how many of us have a mentor here? So that's about 3 to 4 of us. Coaches? Okay, just one. So guys, here's the thing. You got to get yourself a mentor. You got to get yourself a coach. I'll tell you why it is important. You take any top athletes out there. I'm only giving you this example so that it's more relatable. You take Virat Kohli, you take Sachin Tendulkar, Roger Federer, Michael Phelps, you take any sports person out there. Now, the names that I mentioned, right, some of the records that they've created can't be broken. But all of these guys had a coach, had a mentor. A coach and a mentor is very important. Sometimes, right, they act like the side mirrors of a vehicle. You need to know what's coming behind. They help you identify blind spots. And when you already have a mentor or a coach who's achieved what you want to achieve, it becomes very easy. They say if you have a mentor and a coach, if a promotion is taking you 5 years, with a mentor and a coach, you can get the same promotion in 14 to 18 months. Why? It's because you already have somebody who's already achieved, who's going to help you pave path for you so that you can take that route. Instead of you scrambling around, how do I reach there? They act as a GPS. So every time you are a little distracted, deviated, diverted from your actual goal, they try to put you back in line. Now, I know this is not part of the AI concept, but yes, as much as AI is important, you need humans as well. And that's where you have to get a mentor and a coach. And today, AI has given you the facility, like Pratibha said, you could be sitting here and you can be mentored by somebody in the US. It's possible. Here's what I want to tell you all. If you really want to have that quick organizational goal, you have to get a mentor. It's as simple as that. You have to get a coach. How do you find this? Very simple. If you're a senior in your organization, find somebody who's a manager, senior manager in your organization. Tell them, I want you to mentor me, I want you to coach me. Go to them, tell I want to become an assistant manager, I want to become a manager. They will help you, they will create a roadmap because very simple. They have taken that route, they've crossed those paths, and they've reached the destination long before you even want to be there. Did that make sense? It's very simple. You want to be successful in life, get a coach, get a mentor. As simple as that. Now, whilst we're talking about this, Kishore, I also want to ask you this question. How can we eliminate biases? See, with people, yes. Now, I speak a certain language. Let's say I see Afreen speak the same language. Probably, I'm going to be more favorable to her because we both connect at that level. Now, let's say Pratibha and I, we are of the same religion. Again, there's unconscious biases. Let's say you don't have to talk about it in India. Anything, everything, we have differences, and somewhere we also have commonalities. Now, how do we not pollute and corrupt AI? Or is there ways as to how we can eliminate biases in AI?
I don't think we'll completely eliminate biases. Let me be honest there. But it all starts with how we are building the AI model itself, right? What kind of data sets that we are using to train the data, train the model. Unless and until we have diverse data sets that we are using to train the data model, it will have only one view of whatever we're using. Apart from the diverse data set, it's also important to have multidisciplinary teams building the model, not from same type of individuals. By multidisciplinary, it could mean varied skill set, varied regions, varied ethnicity, varied anything, right? Basically have a multidisciplinary team to build the data sets. And also, it's not like AI models are to be built once and then used forever. They got to be constantly tested for the biases. So there is this mechanism of continuous monitoring and testing that need to happen on all AI models. That's what every organization is doing. If you talk about any top organization in the world these days, they build AI models, but they also do the continuous monitoring and testing of these models to make sure that they are performing the same way that they are intended for and not having any kind of biases. We spoke about human intelligence, which can't be taken away, like Swami mentioned. That's another important factor, right? As much as we have the AI models helping and guiding us to take a decision, end of the day, it has to be augmented by human intelligence. It's humans who have to take the decision at the end of the day with the help of AI models, not rely on AI fully. Right? That's my take on this.
Okay, brilliant. Right, and to further simplify this, he said we have to train AI models, right? And we have to keep training them. It's, I can give you an example. So Kishore, when I was a little kid, I have good memory of my childhood days. I remember I was lying on the bed with my legs on the divan, right, or on the couch. So when I was a little kid, so they found it very cool, right? So everybody, they were like, look at him, the way he's lying, he's so stylish, with his legs and everything. And I remember growing up, I actually was lying down the same way when some guests came in. My father beat me up. He said, is that the way you behave when we have guests coming? The reason why I'm mentioning is AI is also like a kid. You have to keep training it. If you don't do that, right, again, it's just a machine that follows instructions, right? But great perspective there, Kishore. Thank you for that. Now, Somni, again, I want to shift the attention to you, which is, as an HR, how can I enable myself in the world of AI? How can I prepare for jobs? Or what is that an HR has to do today to be relevant?
It's a good question. So in order to be relevant, I really think we need to know how to navigate the AI tool. So say, for example, if you are trying to search something, or if you're trying to find a solution to a problem and you're using AI as your tool. Again, AI is a tool, right? What is a tool? A tool is something that you use to your advantage, not the other way around. So when working in HR, you need to learn a lot of different skills actually. It can start from confidentiality of employee information all the way to, is this tool really helping me, or is it going in the opposite direction? So to have that intelligence over artificial intelligence is very important. Now, when John McCarthy created or accidentally stumbled upon creating AI, his reason for creating it was to just replicate the brain and the connections that it makes, and to help a device reason like the way we do. But when we're trying to get a device to reason the way we do, we need to input information into that device, right? So there are different things that AI cannot take away from humans, as I was saying earlier. One of that is culture. So say, for example, we live in India, what we do in our, what policies we abide by in India can be completely different from policies that other nationals abide by. Now, how do we go about that? We'll have to train our AI tool based on our culture. And it can look very different from an AI tool in the US or the UK, or even Australia, for an example. So it's very important for us to have intelligence over artificial intelligence, to have a human touch to it, to know what is right from wrong, ethical and non-ethical, emotional intelligence, empathy. All of this only humans have. Even though AI, like if you type up a question or if you're even just texting a problem away to ChatGPT, it will probably console you, but is that really the right answer? Well, in the other way, if you talk to a friend or a therapist, they probably have more actionable steps for you to take in order to resolve that situation. And people who've experienced it before will probably have more practical solutions for you rather than AI. So AI is not, it's here to stay. Like the change of AI is good and it's here to stay, but we also need to know how to enable it to benefit all of us.
Okay, great. I really like the matter of fact that end of the day, technology needs humans to run technology, right? Talking about humans again, I remember I had one of my friends. He always was one-up, and what I mean by one-up was you share anything, he'll have a better story to share, right? And he's this know-it-all kind of a friend. Anything that he shares, right, it'll be like, okay, this guy has a profound idea of what he's talking. I remember there was a time we had to go for a wedding. So I know back in the day, the weddings used to happen in the morning and receptions in the evening. And this changed a little with India, right? And with the prizes, the reception happens the previous day and the wedding the next day. So he once argued with us. He said, I know for the matter of fact, the reception is on 15th, right? So we traveled 450 kilometers and we were one day late. So the bride and the groom had already gone for their honeymoon, right? And that's when we reached. So now, why am I giving you this example? Now, ChatGPT or AI tools also have that delusional mindset, and sometimes they can lie, right? And it's a fact, right? AI can lie, right? Because of all the content that's fed into it. Now, Afreen, anything and everything that you do today, right? There's extensive use of AI in smaller things. But how do you see the scope of ChatGPT and other AI tools leveraged and used extensively for other aspects as well?
Very, very valid question, Varun. So if you observe today, anybody that is starting a startup to anyone that comes from a large organization that is spread across the globe, everybody wants to have an AI-based solution. Simply because it sounds tacky, or maybe it sounds cool, or rather because its primary intent is to be useful, such that, as Somani mentioned, that it is supposed to be helpful, but it can never take away the human aspect of it, right? So, in terms of ChatGPT, if you observe, okay, before I move into explaining or how we are leveraging into it, can I just see a show of hands as to how many of you have used ChatGPT here? That is almost 90% of people in the room, right? Why? Simply because, number one, it is very easily accessible, and number two, it instantly gives you what you're searching for. Unlike your search engines, which are your Google, Bing, etc., where you look up things and there is a pool of data and you need to do the validating. You need to check whether that resource that they're sharing with you on Google is accurate or not, whether it's something that you would use or not. But on the contrary, when you put in the same question that you're asking into ChatGPT, it will give you one prompt that you're looking for. It'll give you the exact thing that you're looking for, right? So I would just throw some light on ChatGPT and move into how people are using it and leveraging it into businesses, right? So ChatGPT predominantly stands for what? The GPT is nothing but generative pre-trained transformers, right? It is different when it comes to a chatbot, right? Now, in terms of businesses, I will give it to you at a very high level, how they're leveraging it into maybe three examples. Number one being the healthcare sector. Number two being, let's say, the automobile sector, and probably into the HR zone as well. In terms of the healthcare sector, right? When you want to book or make an appointment, what do? When you call up a hospital, you normally would not have an intra-voice response. Hi, thank you for calling Hospital XYZ, press 1 for English, press 2 for Hindi, and so on, right? Once you choose the language, it navigates you into which department or which doctor you want to seek from which department, and then you move to actually talking to the receptionist, right? So in terms of the business point of view, let's suppose you analyze data for that particular hospital in terms of the calls that they've received for 6 months or a year. What you really do there is you see how much in demand a specific, or let's say 2 to 3 specific doctors are. When I say doctors, I'm talking about departments. Let's say the orthopedic section, or maybe the general physicians, in comparison to lesser opted requests that people call for in terms of, let's say, it could be in terms of a gallbladder specific intestinal queries, correct? So when they have this data for 6 months or let's say a year, what do? They analyze that data and look for business opportunities. That is predominantly why you see that certain departments in certain hospitals are much, much larger in comparison to lesser inquiries that have come in. And that is only possible because they've been analyzing this data. Similarly, even in the automobile sector, what happens is, let's suppose you have a high-end car, let's say Mercedes-Benz for that matter, right? And you have, let's say, a tire replacement or a specific part replacement that you need and your car is insured for. Ideally, if you go to a proper place, get your insurance done, it takes about 3 to 6 months to get your money back. But in the world of AI, they have an end-to-end, an end-to-end system from the time you apply for your insurance in terms of your part that you're looking for, just with your mobile number. It will fetch, throw you the data, you apply for it, send in the request, and within a span of 7 to 10 days, you either have your claim approved or rejected. But yet again, the final approval will always be done by a human. So as much as AI is booming, there will always be the need for human intervention. And in terms of your HR perspective, as I would like to throw some light on that, would be there are multiple tools. There are multiple organizations that have moved into end-to-end recruitment via AI, simply because it saves time, which is again the primary intent there. And along with time, it throws, it actually saves up, or the primary intent, as Samanya again mentioned, was in terms of automation. That is the most important element of AI, right? So, for example, one hiring tool that I would give you as an example would be Hire Easy. There is a tool called Hire Easy. What it basically does is, from your sourcing to recruitment, your sourcing, screening, validating, etc., could be done by that tool. And it directly, so you pull in, somebody posts a job online, people apply, that tool fetches all those resumes, analyzes their data, sees what kind of people are coming from what kind of background, what kind of expertise they have, what kind of roles they're specifically applying for, and moves those large set of resumes into multiple validation checks, your sourcing, screening, etc., and finally moves you into the recruitment space, wherein you get a mail stating that, hey, you know what, thank you for applying, and now you will be having your interview scheduled within the next span of 5 to 10 days. And then is when your HR person looks at your resume, and let's suppose the tool has shortlisted 20, right? What it does is it gives the person involved an opportunity to either interview all 20 of them, or maybe, lessen that bracket depending on their availability, and then directly you have your human involvement when it comes to assessing the candidate. So that entire time that is spent by multiple people in multiple organizations, from sourcing, screening, and pushing them all the way through all those multiple stages to recruitment, is kind of eliminated with AI. But as I mentioned, at the end, at the tunnel, when the tunnel is ending, you will always need that glow, that bulb of human intelligence that is always will be overpowering your artificial intelligence.
Perfect, Afreen. That was quite an elaborate answer with multiple examples, ranging from medical field to automobiles, and then again bringing it back to the world of HR. So very recently, I visited this, I'm not taking names again, I went to a restaurant, and I also went to a place where you get sporting accessories and clothing. So right at the end of your shopping, you're given a feedback survey, right? Somebody pulls out an iPad and they say customer satisfaction, right, survey. And also an organization, today what people are doing is this people surveys. people happiness surveys. Now in China, what they've done is, I'll give you an example. You go to a restaurant, you eat food. The food is not good. It's overly priced. The person who's serving it brings the iPad to you, you're looking, you don't like the food. You didn't like the price, you didn't like the serving. But yet, and the service. But yet you give them good, you give them very good. But your facial expression is saying a different story because you didn't like it. Now, organizations are not even asking for people to go and say, I'm happy, I'm unhappy. You have AI-enabled cameras which keeps capturing how many times you smiled at workplace. Are you happy? Are you stressed? Are you frustrated? It's cold, but people are sweating. It means they're going through stress. You see how AI is being leveraged. Now, quickly moving on, we just have a couple more minutes. Quickly, Pratibha, the question to you. What are some of the skills that one has to pick up, at the shift of this technology landscape? What are some of the skills that organizations should prioritize so that our audience here can be benefited? Because all of us are here for them. What are some of the skills that you think is important as they take on this journey?
Thank you, Varun. So I'm going to keep it short. I know we're running out of time. So if I were to call out 3 skills, number 1 would be in the tech space. It's really data literacy. So we've heard from all of us that AI can pull together various sources of databases, various sources of information, but you need people to analyze that data and need people to make decisions out of that. So that's, I think, number 1. Number 2, if I were to think of it from an adaptability perspective, I would say agility. Because technology, AI, and all of the other things we have in the workforce today is changing rapidly. We call today's world the VUCA world, which keeps changing. So I would say agility, to be able to bring AI to your workforce, to be able to do what you want it to do, but also to keep up with all of the competition out there. And if I were to call out one leadership skill, I would say it's managing uncertainty. So today, I think all of us here think of risk and uncertainty as that they go together. But if you think about it, if you think of risk and uncertainty as 2 circles, uncertainty is a much larger circle than risk. And risk is only solving for what do I have today. It's a very managerial mindset. So I'm solving for problem X today in the workforce. But uncertainty, when you move to a leadership mindset, is when you're scanning the environment, you're looking at what is out there, what is in my industry, but what is out there in terms of the geopolitical landscape, what is out there in terms of the regulatory landscape. And if some of you really need an example to bring this to light, how many of you know Elon Musk and Tesla? Everyone. So when Tesla launched its first EV vehicle, it was really for the rich elite sports guys. And that was Roadster, which was its first model. But later on, Elon Musk and his 3 co-founders realized that if they were just to stay in that elite market, they were not going to meet their vision of an EV vehicle for all, which means middle-class families and lower middle-class families as well. And eventually, they launched SUX and M, which is the latest model for all of us. So I give you that example because Elon Musk and his team are really an example of moving away from that managerial mindset to a leadership mindset, really looking at what's out there and scanning the environment and developing solutions and products for all versus just for a segment. And as you heard today, AI enables that, right? It's really a solution for all versus a solution for one group. So I would say those were the 3 things I'd call out.
Okay, brilliant. So the first one was you should know to read data, very important. The second thing is be agile. And the third is there are going to be uncertainties, right? Risk, yes. Should I get into this organization or no? That can be the risk. But once you get in, everything else is uncertainty. You don't know the values, leaders, and all of that. So that and whatever that you provide as solution or whatever that you conceptualize has to be for everybody. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. You have to focus everybody. So Kishore, moving on, the same question, what are some of the skills you think from a technical point of view that one has to learn today?
I think if you are someone who is building the data or AI models, everybody talking about ethical, responsible AI these days. And for us to be ethical and responsible when you're building AI models, the skill set that we need to build are how do I make the data privacy, as a top priority when I'm building a model, right? When I say privacy, I mean every query that you make in the ChatGPT, everything that you are doing in the AI model is going to be used to retrain the model, right? How do I ensure that the employee data is not repurposed for something else other than it's intended for? So the data privacy is protected by various organizations, be it GDPR, HIPAA, other compliances, but still that is something which every individual has to learn. How do I protect my data, right? Other than that, consensus. So before I use any individual's data to train a model, I got to make sure that I take consensus from the employees, especially from HR function perspective. So the HRs need to understand, am I using the right data to train the models? Do I have the consensus from the people before I do that? And finally, the transparency, right? We got to ensure that the AI models that we are building are transparent enough. The human loop is built in. The people should be aware of what the models are trained for and what the models are doing. At the same time, it should have the feedback loop where the individuals can feed it back to the model so it can be retrained and repurposed.
Okay, brilliant. Now, what Kishore also touched upon was on the ethical use of AI. Now, you see the morphing of images, right? You can do anything and everything. Trump, on one end, you have Trump and who's the other person? Kamala Harris. Whilst they were debating, there was another video where they both are holding hands in a beach, them having a child together and all of that. You see how it can tarnish and it can sabotage a person out there. So what we want to say is AI is here to stay, right? It's going to be impossible to live without AI. So we have to, so I want to give you a quick example and then close this earlier. Your food, right, so let's take food as an example. The food, right, that you prepare was what our efforts were, right? And then we used to sprinkle AI like salt. But now AI is giving you the food. You have to sprinkle that humanness. Never forget that machines are run by us and not the other way around. So we want to wish all of you all the best. And we will be there available on LinkedIn and other platforms. We will share more information where you can reach out to each one of us directly, right, in future. But all that we want to say is AI is going to be there and so are you, right? As much as AI is going to be relevant, always remember you're the master, not the slave. Thanks everyone for this opportunity. All the very best. Thank you guys as well.
Thank you, Mr. Varun and the panel for giving us that wonderful session. Please don't leave already. We have a small little token of our appreciation for you. So I would need to call you back on stage, each of you. And I would like to invite Miss Irene Dow and Mr. Srinivas SK to do the honors. First, for our moderator of the day, Mr. Varun. Everyone, please give them a loud round of applause. Next, Ms. Saumani. Our next panelist, Ms. Pratibha. Ms. Afreen. and Mr. Kishore. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence, and I'm sure that everyone is much more enlightened because of your discussion. Thank you so much. We would be having a break of 5 minutes now, wherein you can actually move out if you'd like to. But please ensure that you are back in the next 5 minutes. So 3:45, we should be getting started with our next session. So please be back by 3:45. Thank you. To invite our moderator, Mr. Srinivas SK, and his team of panelists on stage. Please, sir. Mr. Srinivas SK, who has nearly 39 years of experience in banking, including leadership roles at the State Bank of India. Today, he will be sharing his insight as well as moderating the discussion with his eminent panel members. I give the stage over to him so that he can introduce his panel members and get started with the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Yes, very quickly, before commencement of the panel, Mr. Srinivas SK, his association with St. Joseph Institution goes back to 2014-15, over 13 to 14 years he's collaborated with St. Joseph Group of Institutions at different capacity, as the consultant, as a mentor, as a faculty, as a well-wisher. And his contributions definitely has impacted the learning community. And also, not just alone, he has also ensured that his institution, that is the SBI, his parent institution, which he has acquired all his capabilities, and he has also brought the institution along with us in various programs. Pre-corona, we used to have a huge set of officials who come and addressed our students with around 1,500 students in different venues. And the reason I mentioned this to you all is to understand that how education, and most importantly, educational value, which contributes to the, what we call it as, contributes to the creation of value to the society. And Srinivas as a person, as I mentioned in the morning in the introductory, the role of Ratan Tata in building the industrial world and society. 86, a grand old young man who is no more, but his works are resonated across the world. Srinivas, similarly in his own scale and in his intensity, has contributed and inspired students, and he's made to collaborate his institution and collaborators to our endeavors. Today, to mention that today's entire proceedings, digital capturing was sponsored by him. He doesn't appreciate me to mention these things. And also the entire panel, he has coordinated the entire panel, and he made sure that everybody here today and ensure that they won't share something to the students. So with this, I want to just give you the brief guidelines, and there are 4 panel members. We will have this panel for 40 to 45 minutes for the time constraints. So we request Srinivas sir to definitely he will comply with this 40 to 45 minutes. And that 45 minutes is at his disposal and his team. Over to you, sir. I request the console members to on the mic. Yeah.
Now it's okay. Thank you, Dr. Kanishka, for your lavish praise on me. And thank you, David Chaku, for introducing us. And good evening to all my dear students. And I'm really excited, and I have immense pleasure to be part of this beautiful day, the HR conclave, the dynamics and all the, since morning the session is going on. 9 o'clock, the first session was again inaugurated by my very, very close friend Surya Prakash Mahapatra, as a global head, and me, Dr. Kanishka and Surya are all part of L&D Global Chapter Bangalore. So on behalf of St. Joseph Institution, St. Joseph University, and on my personal behalf, I welcome our panel to discussion on the HR, during the HR conclave, the impact of AI on businesses and also HR or job opportunities. I have the pleasure of introducing our panelists, starting with DGM sir, Shri Alok Kumar Dwivedi, with whom I have worked. He is a DGM in State Bank of India. He is taking care of technology department. We call it as alternate channel or ATM, all these things he's taking care of. He joined the State Bank of India as a probationary officer. He has worked overseas also. He has worked in US. And sir, welcome to you, sir. And along with me, one more industry. When Kanishka asked me to do a moderator job or coordination of this panel discussion, so I asked my son's partner. My son has a startup industry. So when I asked him, they are also into semi-tech company. They are into drone field. He said, Mainak Saha is a co-founder of my son's company, told you will never get better than a PhD holder, Pallab Maji, who has worked with NVIDIA. And also, when Kanishka told, you try to bring in industry people who has exposure in the industry, so that the classroom learnings and as well as reality in the world can be learned together. So Pallab Maji is a machine learning and edge AI architect with expertise in computer vision and vision LLMs for autonomous ground vehicles. He has more than 9 years of automotive experience, including working in the research labs of NVIDIA and Mercedes-Benz on perception systems and optimizing deep learning models. With a PhD in machine learning, Pallab is passionate about leveraging AI to enhance safety and efficiency in mobility. He actively shares insights on industry advancement and is committed to driving innovation in the field of autonomous systems. Sir, welcome to you also, sir. Another industry expert is yes, Uma Mahesh. He is, I can proudly say, we are lucky to have him here for panel discussion. He is subject matter expert in today's, the India is now, the whole world is looking at India in setting up semiconductor manufacturing units and are also called chip manufacturing industry. So Mahesh, Uma Mahesh sir, is a co-founder of Inetra Nanosystems, a globally well-recognized Netherlands-based neuromorphic processors, deep edge data processing semiconductor solutions provider. He was a founding team member of India's first private semiconductor company, Arcus, India's first next generation semiconductor company, InSilica, founder of much acclaimed among world's first wireless sensor networks, Internets of Everything, IoT-based intelligent automation solutions company, Indrion, who delivered to Cisco among others. Mahesh has been pro bono participant in Indian semiconductor ecosystem for over 30 years, including in academia. He is Executive Council member, Secretary of Advanced Computing and Communication Society, as ACCSindia.org. He was a founding Executive Council member, Secretary of India Semiconductor Industry Body, India Electronic and Semiconductor Association. Mahesh is BE from MNREC, NIT Allahabad, MTech from IIT Madras, EPGP from IIM Indore, PG Diploma in IPR from NLSIU Bangalore. Welcome to you all. So such stalwarts are with us for panel discussion. Off the dais, my younger brother, KL Chauhan. He is Chief Manager and is working in State Bank of India. So he is a national level leader in trade union activities. So when I invited him, he said for the paucity of time, he cannot prepare on the subject to talk about impact of AI on HR matters. He said anyway he will be participating in the event. Welcome to you also, Chauhanji. So to begin with the panel discussion, all of you are aware of the Nobel Prize that has been announced in physics, which is directly or indirectly related to AI and ML, directly, indirectly related to physics also. There was a debate whether this Nobel Prize has to be given to these AI ML experts, Geoffrey Hinton and that is Greenfield. Okay. There was a question whether they should be given the Nobel or not. And anyway, after a lot of debate, they have been given. And that has happened, that Nobel Prize has been given only on this Tuesday. And during this time itself, we are having the discussion on AI and the impact of AI on job opportunities and as well as the businesses. If you adopt AI, what will happen? If you don't adopt AI, what will happen? Whether you will be relevant in the business, whatever business it could be, whether it could be healthcare, it could be technology, it could be fintech, or it could be banking, it could be agriculture, it could be law, it could be automotive, even it could be ethical, social, political, or whatever. So that question always remains to be answered, and also the answer will change from time to time. And my first question will go to our Alok Dwivedi sir. Sir, you are representing State Bank of India, which is not only India's premier #1 bank, proud bank, for which I was also associated for 39 years till last year. Then my question to you is, can you give example how SBI is in its preparedness to adopt the AI in its businesses?
Good evening, panel members, all the students present here, my friend from SBI, Chauhanji and Srinivasji. So we are already, we need not adopt, it's already there. SBI being the largest bank, we cannot be left behind with any technological advancement which is happening. So we are already working with 90 ML models, and initially we were using AI for the chatbot for improving our customer service part, but it is being widely used in the areas of risk, compliance, fraud prevention, generating more business. So it's in every sphere of business AI has entered SBI. So, and amongst the public sector banks, we are way ahead of our competitors. And even in the private sector bank, we are very well placed with HDFCs and ICICIs.
Thank you, sir. Very good to know that being a public sector bank is catching up. Not only catching up, SBI is setting the trend. So the paradigm shift has already happened and happening.
We had an analytics department as early as 2013. And now it is improved a lot. And most of the business leads which we are getting is through them. So it's almost 11 years we have been having that department. So AI is a new concept, but SBI has been working on it for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. My next question goes to Pallab Maji, sir. After providing all the logistics that are required in AI industry, which are all the business segments that is potentially available in India, technology, whether just now I spoke about technology, healthcare, transportation, fintech, warfare, even warfare, and supply chain management, media, entertainment, so many other things are there already in India. It's already there. What is your take on that?
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this in near future. Now, coming to specific to few industries where we have to be little bit more careful is where any human safety or any criticalities are there, be it on the financial side, be it on the healthcare, be it on the specific to my industry like automotive, wherever human lives are or any safety related critical issues are there or financial, the liabilities and the criticalities becomes much more difficult to address over there. That's where we see the adoption, and I would not say that I will not be pessimistic, but the adoption is much more, now, how would you say, it's much more cautionary.
Okay.
But it will happen eventually.
So there is no alternate but to adopt with a lot of precautions, a lot of balances, checks and balances.
With checks and balances.
Lot of checks and balances. But if you don't adopt, we'll be irrelevant.
I'll give you an example to answer this question. I am an 80s born kid, not so kid anymore, but but during 90s, 80s, 90s, there used to be a similar kind of a debate, and probably similar kind of panels used to be there when computers were entering the system. It's exactly like that. I come from West Bengal. Our then government, they had a different view about computers, thinking that the clerical jobs will go away and all those kind of things. These are again in internet. You can go and search about it. But there were a lot of things. So
Okay, thank you. And you mean to say the jobs, as we are presuming, we are under the perception or whatever, that it will take away jobs. It will not happen according to you. It will open up new avenues. I recall my own memory when, of course, I am born 1964, much older than you. When we were there, only manually driven rickshaws were there. Then when auto rickshaws came and motor driven vehicles came, there was a lot of hue and cry. They were telling that the jobs will be taken away. But which has not happened. There is a semiconductor or chip manufacturing industry, which has relevance with both AI and ML, and we are in the 5th industrial revolution. So when I went through social media, there are 6, 7, so many coming up also. So when I went through the subject, in fact, the Second World War threw up the opportunity for this machine learning or AI, you can say, started right from late 1940s and early 1950s. And welcome for setting up the industry and embrace this going forward in all businesses. If you adopt, what will happen? If you don't adopt, whether India will lose out in its competitive edge? That's what is the question.
Good evening. How many of us are MBA students here?
I think all of them.
All of them are. Are they into, how many of you are into HR particularly? Is there a MBA for HR here separately?
Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, you have been in a institution which is actually the originator of AI, which is actual intelligence. This is a wonderful place. You have been studying. Keep a good work of it. Thank you. And if you look at it as a semiconductor, take any top countries in the world, economies. Do we have any country in that list which does not have manufacturing and which does not have semiconductor manufacturing? Answer is no. First thing. Second thing is, if you look at the economy, India's most highest foreign exchange outflow goes for petrol, right? And of course, gas, CNG and other things. But after that is electronics. And in fact, very soon, with all this solar and all those happening, it's a matter of time when electronics will take over the petrol also. Which means our export will be a lot more if it is electronics is outsourced. So hence, it's more important for India to have electronics done here. Look at, all of us are using all the mobile phone electronics and other thing, right? Till some years back, most of our mobile phones were outside. Now, I think 90% of the phones we use are in India, including the latest of Apple and other things, right? Which is a good part. Which means India is manufacturing. But I have a fab. Fab getting is not an easy thing. It's such an expensive proposition, and it goes into thousands of $8 billion and so on and so forth. And most importantly, somebody who's putting in the money should believe that their money is worth putting in. That's the important part. So in those days, for example, when we talked about 2004 presentation, you can ask how come we don't have any. The reason is, see, we cannot tell somebody, come have a fab here. If we have a fab, we'll support. So we are good enough. We have to convince them. So we as a country failed to convince the world about opening a fab in India. Why? Because they did not quite believe in the government, India and all those things. But overall, particularly over the last 5-6 years, it has changed. Now world wants to come to India. The current government is extremely aggressive on that. And they're giving, because what happens, one more thing in semiconductors is, each technology is a life cycle. Suppose you start a fab now. It won't get manufactured till about 4 years. It'll start making profit only in about 8 years. And by the time new technology keeps coming. So you have to choose what technology to choose also. So hence, in India, the technology what we have chosen is not the very latest of the technologies, but the technology in which most chips still get done. So that's the kind of technology that is used, and so on. So, and in fact, as sir asked about artificial intelligence being required, of course it goes without saying. See, semiconductor fab as such does not give jobs. Everything is an automated when it just keeps going. It is the associated ecosystem, the assembling, the chemicals, the other parts, the ecosystem, like they say, right? Software, they used to say, each job in a software, there are 10 jobs created in economy. Similarly, it happens in the semiconductors also. So we have to do it, and it has to be obviously more advanced, no doubt about it, otherwise it won't succeed anyway. And when India does this now, after some time, somebody will come and say, we'll do the next technology better. So when you're talking about currently 3-4 nanometers technology, what we're talking about, what India is doing it 28 and 45. But somebody will want to do it 3 or 4 in India later, and that will happen. But this is the right approach, and we have done it.
Thank you, sir. My next question goes to Alok Kumar Dwivedi, sir. Sir, how far State Bank of India is able to adopt AI and ML in its loan portfolio? What I understand, transaction banking, payments, all these things, instead of taking demand draft or old style of telegraphic transfer or mail transfer, all these things. So the transaction part is definitely can be taken care by AI and ML. But what about the loans, credit delivery?
Yeah, very interesting question. And the bank has made a significant journey in this area. Like everybody knows that there are two kinds of loans mainly, retail and SME or corporate loans. Retail, normally, it's a perception that it is easy to get. Anybody who has a salary and who goes to a bank will get. But retail also we are there, but I would like to first talk what bank has done recently for the SME part. Mostly the small value loans are a challenge in any bank as such, because the papers are not that systematic, and they might not be having those many returns which bank demand. So a BRE product has been launched up to 5 crores, and believe me, it is a game changer. The turnaround time of loan, which used to be a small value loan, which used to be from 15 days to somewhere like 2 months or so, requesting more papers from the customer, then processing it, then finding loopholes, again going back to customer, has actually the standard is 3 to 4 days now for the BRE loans up to 5 crore. And as SBI is saddled with the responsibility of government-sponsored loans also, which is the vision of our government to give loan credit to each and every individual, not dependent on his economic status. So that also is being covered under BRE. So it has become 3-4 days is a standard, is a very standard kind of thing, but it is happening in real time of 8 to 10 days. So that is the biggest game changer as far as SME advances is concerned. Now, recently, I think last week only, a project LEAP has been launched for the corporate loans. It is something like, in both the models, it's like you will submit your GST returns, all your income tax filing, your balance sheet and all, and AI will do the application filling part of it, the processing and everything, so that the time of is reduced. Even if a loan is rejected for some reason, an information will go to the customer, highlighting the reasons that what are the shortcomings or what all he needs to supplement to get it sanctioned. Now, 2 products which have been going on for a long time now, these are new things I talked about, are the PAPL for the personal segment, pre-approved public loan, pre-approved personal loan, sorry, and the other PABL, pre-approved business loan. These are already there. I think I am hearing it for 3-4 years now. So these are already being sanctioned on a digital mode. There is no turnaround time as such, hardly 20 to 25 minutes. These leads are there with the branches call the customers come to the branch, or they can use the YONO also if they are adapted, and it is happening in real time. So this is the biggest change which AI has enabled, that bank has streamlined its credit delivery process and reduced the turnaround time significantly. Thank you.
Thank you. For the information of all of you, you are all aware that UPI, Beam UPI or any bank's UPI, similarly UP loans are that is also coming. Similar to payments, digital infrastructure architecture, which is very famous in the world now. Our India's Beam UPI is, worldwide it has become very, very famous, and so many other countries want to adopt this technology or whatever. Similarly, SBI also has a YONO. When sir was telling the PABL or PAPL, pre-approved automatically based on your standard of account, the conduct of the account for the past 1 year, through AI or ML, a message is given so that you are eligible automatically for loans and all. Of course, that's there in so many other banks and so many fintech companies and all. Of course, people say similar to Beam UPI meant for transaction, loans, quick loans is going to be a game changer. Anyway, we'll wait and see. Now my next question, very, very interesting question. It covers, this question covers even previous panel discussion, they were talking about ethical, social, so many other things. And I felt that Pallab Maji sir is the best person to answer to one question which consists of AI in law, Indian law system, and also ethical, social, so many things. I think some of my friends, students would have heard or would have seen this in one of the web series. There is a question which is predominantly now the US and Elon Musk, Tesla has adopted. So many other countries, Spain for example, Netherlands, where the driverless cars. The driverless cars have become very common. Sir, I want to give one small example or story based on web series, and I want, because you have worked in Mercedes-Benz company, and also now you have your own AI which is into autonomous segment, autonomous sector, and also you are more bothered about by the by your introduction remarks, I can make out very well what kind of person you are. You are very much concerned about human beings and their safety. And the question goes is, the driverless car was going on the street carrying a small child in the car. There was no driver since it was autonomous. While the car was going on, autonomous car was going on, a pedestrian crosses suddenly from nowhere, crosses the road, and this autonomous car, without its fault, goes further and hits the pedestrian, and the pedestrian dies. When this knee-jerk reaction of autonomous was going on, which was pre-programmed autonomous, a car which was manually driven behind the autonomous car came and hit the autonomous car. So autonomous car got damaged. Now the legal heirs of the person, the pedestrian who died, is claiming insurance. So who is responsible for this insurance? Whether the autonomous car, if you ask the owner of the autonomous car or owner of the manufacturer of that autonomous car, they say taking care of the child in the car is primary, the paramount. So not the car which is coming from behind. My own customer, my own passenger in the car is most important than all other things. But if you look from human angle, humanity, the compassion, so the compensation of the insurance claimed by legal heirs is also equally important. But the car which was driven by a person manually, so he says, I am not at fault. Instead of standing after putting the brake, it turned, tilted little side, so I went and hit. So we do not know. Only lawyers can answer this, or Pallab Maji can answer this.
Oh, that was a googly. So, first of all, again, personally, what I believe, or what my company, what we are trying to do, what we believe is that we cannot prioritize on human lives. This is again a personal statement that I want to make, that passenger within the vehicle is of higher priority than the pedestrian outside. We cannot label priorities to human lives in any case. That's period. That's it. Now coming to all the other part of it. So there are a lot of other things that we, within the industry, that we have different nomenclatures. Let's say, for example, there comes a situation where it's absolutely, by definition in physics, it is impossible to actually avoid a collision. There can come a situation like that. And when we go out, even as a driver ourselves, when we go out on the streets, we take that risk, we take that assumption that it might happen. But what we should work on, or right now what we are working on, is something which actually defines the boundary conditions within which a particular device is deemed to be fit to use. So we define the constraints, and within that constraints, we basically start doing it. But still, it's a machine, it can go wrong. We think ahead of time, we think of all the kind of problems that it can face, and we devise a solution in that way. That's why there are various stringent safety requirements that are in place by various organizations globally as well as within India. You guys might have heard about Bharat NCAP right now, Europe NCAP, and other similar testing agencies are there. There are also rigorous development rules defined in specific to industry-wise. Automotive industry has their own defined, like how you are going to develop, how are you going to think about how, to make things safer. We call it as functional safety. it exists in healthcare, it exists in, but with advent of AI coming into, these rules needs to be often changed. Because earlier, where it used to be in a tech world, it used to be an if-else condition in a C++ code, right now it is been done by a model. So right now what becomes critical is that how do you analyze that what went wrong? Because if you don't know what went wrong, specifically coming to the example that you gave, there is a paper which actually analyzes that with all the logs and everything, that what exactly went wrong when that old lady was hit by that vehicle. But nonetheless, that fatality happened. But we need to think also in the fact that how can we prevent that going thus far? Okay, and the next thing is it is very important for these kind of industries to impart critical thinking and safety related thinking within the developers and the core workforce. They need to understand that just putting a particular piece of code within a setup or just putting a register somewhere to make it work can have a catastrophic effect somewhere else. So they have to, and that will only come by coaching and by putting in more efforts from the organization to make them understand that how critical that work is going to be, and where it might fail, it can actually cost lives, which is in any way has to be avoided in any cost.
But financial loss, who has to?
Okay. I think
because I'm from bank, so always worried about finance.
So actually, there is no right or wrong answer to this right now. But eventually, what I can only predict, and I can be wrong, is that the drivers at least there are different levels of autonomy, right? The drivers at least up to level 3 of autonomy, the drivers will be responsible because of the nature in which the autonomy levels are crafted. So the drivers or the owners of the vehicle will basically still remain effective. In level 3, there is one condition specific to your condition, which is that there is things like driver monitoring systems and all those things that comes in within the vehicle, which actually puts in it puts in some checks and balances that whether the driver was actually doing whatever is prescribed by the vehicle and then the vehicle went faulty. In that case, obviously the manufacturer will be held responsible, or the vehicle will be treated as something as malfunctioned.
Thank you. Sir, my next question goes. Sir, Mahesh sir, my next question is, anyway, so many industries have come forward in India to set up fab manufacturing and all. So my question is whether really it is economically viable to have such a industry, number one. Number two, whether India has the efficiency, capacity, even technical qualities or financial viabilities to set up such industries. Not only setting up, then sustenance comes, then also scale. Whether India can venture into or make adventures into all those things, given the social media, the commentators, they say both for and against of allowing such industries which consume lots of natural resources, whether it is a land parcel or whether it is water, to set up a fab industry. What is your take on that?
When I was talking about the first question, I thought I was talking for too long. But actually these are answered in that, sir, that it makes sense. So basically, first of all, in a country wants, fab won't come. Just because you want, nobody will put 10,000 crores money. They come with the money when they think it is worthy enough for them to get the return. So very fact that there are investors who are putting in money now means it should answer all our questions. Yes, India is capable, India has automation, all those things will be taken care. Because when they're doing a fab, they're moving the entire thing from there to here, sir, to begin with. So that question we need not worry. The person who is putting in money will know, and that should be fine, sir.
And also, just sharing of learning or knowledge. People are talking, again, social media reports say, without a chip, without semiconductor, human beings' existence itself will become very difficult going forward. And when I look at Elon Musk, Neuralink, with the
Yes,
chips
sir,
which are going to be implanted in
Right.
human body, so which will take care of even paralytics, small health issues, or it will help in so many other addressing small health issues also. So the chip is going to be, whether you like it or not, chip and semiconductor are going to be the part of our human life, not only in India, even elsewhere in the world also.
Yes, but at the same time, we are not making those chips here. The Neuralink chip, those things are not getting done here. You have your mobile phone, the key mobile processor is not getting done here. Your computer ka processor is not getting done here. So they are getting done in the technologies at the right place as the business feels appropriate. So what is getting done here will be the other chips which will make sure the entire part will get ready and completed. So that is how we need not worry, and in the sense that the business takes care of it correspondingly, sir. And most importantly, for some people who say, in fact, we used to feel most Indians didn't want a fab. That goes on for a long time. If you really see the amount of the land it takes and the amount of resources it takes, right, the revenue which we get it, you can't even imagine, it's orders of magnitude difference. So one need not worry about that.
Okay.
So
Now, my following question is, whether it will create job opportunities or employment opportunities directly and indirectly. Not only you already addressed, you already shared that it is going to create associated job opportunities, associated industries, particularly or HR or jobs.
Glad, sir, because all these people are HR people, they think, what the hell are these people talking? What about my job, my course? Why are they making me sit here? The fact is, yes. See, a semiconductor fab as such does not have many jobs, definitely. But the ecosystem around it will have amazing number of jobs. You can keep counting as many as you want. Only thing it requires skilling, reskilling. People have to be trained in those aspects. And it can go from the ITI people, goes all the way up to engineering and any other levels also. So all of you are studying HR and other thing, but you are actually at the right time. Maybe that's a great question, sir, will ask, we'll talk about it at that time. So there are a lot of opportunities when electronics come and all these things happen at all, right? Each automation means you will need more jobs of a different kind. So you will be providing it. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sir, my next question goes to Alok Kumar Dwivedi, sir. When I joined the bank back in 1984, there used to be a manual system. We never heard, even calculator was alien for us. Okay, from there I have seen now AI also, and I left the bank, AI, ML, everything I have seen. Now, I was also like Chauhanji, I was also involved in trade union activities. We are concerned about HR, human capital. India being a largest populated country in the world, and unemployment is one main issue which is talked about by all political parties, all stakeholders and all. State Bank of India, #1 employer in the country when it comes to public sector bank. How far with the adoption of AI and ML, the job opportunities we are going to lose, particularly in clerical job area, how much it is going to have impact on HR and job opportunities in SBI?
A very pertinent question, but as sir told that when computerization happened, I was also in SBI. I am not very younger than Srinivas. I joined the bank in 2000. So at that time, we were shifting to computer system from manual. Some branches had computerized. Then after 5-6 years, core banking solution came. But every year, the employment which is happening in SBI has not lessened. Now, just in last week, our new chairman announced that we will be hiring 10,000 people this year. And just 2 days before, there was a news that 1,500 people who are equipped with in IT area will be recruited. So now what happens when this kind of AI or shift in technology happens, that the quality of job which people are doing, that changes. Like from the rudimentary manual kind of job, they will be, especially the clerical staff, will be utilized for a better job which will suit them more and which will bring more value to their job and to the customers also. Just for example, in the last few years, the clerical people have been used as a marketing team in the HLST, like home loan sales team. As now another hub has been opened for bringing current accounts to the bank. There also a lot of clerical employees are there, and I'm happy to say that their performance is at times better than the officials also, because they are young people who have joined. They are mostly engineers, computer graduates and all, and they bring value to the organization also with their intellect and their knowledge. So it is always a debate happens whenever new technology comes, but it always creates better job opportunity and quality life for the people.
So we can assure the youngsters and students gathered here or outside the auditorium, they need not to be worried about the cutting of jobs in the banks with the adoption of AI and ML in SBI. Always there are opportunities. Thank you.
There will be more opportunities. Only people need to be worried are old people like us who are not keeping breast with the technology.
Thank you. Sir, my next question goes to Pallab Maji, sir. When I go through media reports and newspaper reports and all, there is a, when you look at Germany, which is one of the most advanced country, they are very, very cautious, alert, and they are taking balanced view on adoption of AI, because Germany per se, rule-minded country, rule-bound, are always following the rules when you compare other parts of European countries and all. So whether India will also have similar policy going forward, not buckling under the pressure of the industrialists or tech companies?
I believe India will have its own policy. We are a free-thinking society. We get influenced and we get lot of good things from other social policies that are being there. But we have to take that route ourselves. And I believe our bureaucrats are already doing that. I'll just finish this with one thing. When we talk about any kind of AI adoption or specifically into critical industries, safety critical industries, be it in the manufacturing, be it in the healthcare, automotive, finance, whatever, there is a very important step from government, from the bureaucrats, to enhance or to safeguard the boundaries around which this has to be there. Because like any technology, a technology can be used for both good as well as bad. So so you made a very pertinent question, and this is a question that has to be answered by all of us together as a society, that how do we safeguard ourselves where this technology this tool is being used in the right way, and we curtail all the other negative impacts from this.
Thank you. And definitely, if the policymakers think, they will have to have a balanced approach. Yeah, catching up with the world, with the technology adoption, as well as taking care of the not only human part, even as well as technological part and also. Sir, my last question to you, Mahesh sir. I come across, whenever I have read newspaper or whatever, social media and all, there is a acronym called 3AFIM, that is Amazon, Apple, Alphabet, Facebook, IBM, Microsoft and all, who have already adopted the AI system. You talk any field, already these tech companies, 3AFIMs or ABJT. ABJT is Alibaba, that Baidu, or JD.com, or Jack Ma's, this one, Tencent or whatever. Can you foresee such a big tech companies, coming up in India, where my pertinent question is where India, even now, agrarian economy, where the AI, ML with the help of robotics can help the farmers, and that company or that technology will become a game changer in the world, and particularly India will be the beneficiary of such companies' innovative ideas, be it IBM, Watson, or so many other already there in the agri field. But my concern, what will happen to the backbone of India's economy, that is agrarian economy? Do you foresee any one company that will become India's flagship company?
Depends on what we call flagship company. Anybody who has stock market will tell Adanis and Ambanis are the flagship. It need not be a company, right? The point here is India need not necessarily make the best of the chips or best of the cars. Something. The way it works is that our economy, we're talking about getting to 5 trillion soon, and it has to go. We have to feed so many people. We have 150 crore people coming. We have no option but to grow. So when you are growing, which essentially means economy size is growing, there will be lot many more opportunities will be coming. The difference is, it may not be the same kind of jobs. The same HR originally, for that matter, maybe you are looking at whatever you used to do manually, something automatically will be done. Like originally there was no computer, we had to write files, and then the computer came and the software came and so on, right? So we'll keep finding new ways of doing things. So, and that will continue to happen. Now, will India make things which world will buy? If you look at it so far, what happened, India has, yes, India's services are bought by the world, which is how it is, fine. But later on, will India make it? Yes, there is no reason why India can't. Next step is, India is actually making cars, mobile phones, which are being bought by outsiders. Of course, for outside. The next step is, people like him are trying to make cars, and it will happen next. So, we are in the right track. And of course, the market will want it, and yes, it's possible indeed that India can go do that level. We are going the right track. The government is doing the right step, making the right noise. More importantly, there is no option. Otherwise, country will be a Lebanon. So we have to do it, sir.
Thank you very much. So at the end, I feel that the takeaways of this entire panel discussion is the technology cannot be avoided, and we have to catch up with not only the present technology, even our 6th industrial revolution or 7th upcoming industrial revolution or whatever. You cannot done away with, or you cannot escape from the upcoming technologies. At the same time, we need to be taking care of the human aspect also. So job opportunities also, while leveraging the technology, whether through AI, ML, or drone technology, or whatever, IoT, or whatever. So you have to take care of the human requirement, that is basic human requirement of providing job opportunity. India being a most populous country. So I take a view that the youngster need not to be worried about the losing of job opportunities. While embracing the technology, we can also go along with the creation of employment opportunities, be it in the warfare, AI in warfare, AI ML in warfare, or healthcare, or transportation, automotive, or agriculture, whatever industry it is. So space particularly still to be explored a lot. So you mean to say, or the takeaway is, so you need not to be worried, while sufficient jobs will be there for the eligible candidates. At the same time, technology has to be adopted. Not only adopted, it should be improved upon, making suitable not only for India, to the world also. And a cheap technology should be available for outside India, whoever is in need of it. Thank you. I personally, on behalf of St. Joseph Institutions, St. Joseph University, I thank all the panelists for taking out their valuable time and giving insight of the entire this HR dynamics of this session. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Good luck. Wish you all the best.
I'll say one thing, I'll not stop. For all of you who are in HR, you are doing a wonderful thing. The so-called technologies are all very new, nobody knows. So when whatever AI technology people talk about, you need to make it possible. So you are the enabler of it. So I don't know about your coursework, just try to see if you have a related, how are the recruitment or selection, so many other process, payrolls. Earlier there was SAP, right? Now the ERP ban was there, new things are coming. Try to keep track of those things. There's a huge opportunity. You can be, because the AI area is nothing but micromanaging. Nobody, you have to keep managing as micro as possible, which you people can be a project manager. If you look at any of the big companies, or non-engineers are project managers. A lot of opportunities there. Just keep track of what is going on. Maybe I'll change some courses, some electives, whatever, and extra course will be a wonderful thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I request Srinivas SK to get your panelist forward, and I request Father Francis, the director of Shift3, and the Dean, Dr. Christo Selvin, to both come up on the stage to felicitate all the panelists, and followed by the moderator. I request Father Francis Pinto, SJ, Director Shift3, Dr. Christo Selvin, Dean, School of Business, to come forward and felicitate. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Christo Selvin, the Dean, School of Business, and Father Francis Pinto, felicitating Srinivas SK, Alok Kumar, Uma Mahesh, and Pallab Maji. Ladies and gentlemen, senior veterans in the field of AI and HR who served for more than 3 decades, who have shared their experiences on the impact of AI on businesses and HR. Thank you very much, and we will stand for a photograph. And I think so you can do better. Can we have a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And I request Dr. Prabhakar.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to valedictory ceremony of a prestigious HR conclave. And we are honored to have you all here to mark the closing of this event. I now invite Ms. Davita to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening, esteemed dignitaries, respected faculty, and dear participants. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory of HR Conclave. Today has been a day of learning and rich exchange of ideas, and as we gather to conclude this event, I would like to warmly welcome each of our distinguished guests who are present with us today. Firstly, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our guest of honor, Mr. Alok Kumar, Deputy Manager at SBI Bangalore. Sir, your insights during today's discussions have been invaluable, and we are grateful for your presence today. I am equally delighted to welcome Father Francis Pinto S.J., Director of Shift 3. Father, your inspiring leadership and unwavering commitment to academic excellence have been a guiding force for all of us. A warm welcome to Dr. Christo Selvin, Dean of the School of Business. Sir, your continuous support and direction have played a pivotal role in the success of this conclave. I would like to extend a special welcome to Mr. Prabhakar, Head of the Department of Management. Sir, under your leadership, our department continues to grow and thrive. A warm welcome to Dr. Kanishka, the convener of HR Conclave. We deeply appreciate your commitment to making this event a valuable learning experience for all. A special welcome to Ms. Preeti Sarah and Ms. Irene, the co-conveners of the event. I'm also privileged to welcome our esteemed panelists, Mr. Uma Mahesh, Mr. Pallab, and Mr. Srinivas, who moderated the panel discussion with such expertise and precision. I would also like to welcome the faculty of the Department of Management, participants, and my dear students. As we proceed with the valedictory, let us reflect on the wealth of knowledge and insights shared today. I'm confident that the ideas exchanged and the experience learned will continue to inspire us in our future endeavors. Once again, a warm welcome to each and every one present here.
Thank you, Ms. Davita, for the heartful welcome. I would now like to invite Dr. Kanishka, sir, to give us summary of today's HR conclave.
Usually when my name is called, there's a lot of clap, but when Janvi ma'am called that, the clap was lesser. I think, can we have better clap? Yes. What makes campus vibrant is you, the stars of the campus. When you're happy, then we are happy. Well, first, let me remember two important personalities I keep remembering in all the occasions. One is Saint Ignatius of Loyola, the founder of the Society of Jesus. Other one is, I would call that the Society of Jesus itself. These are the two icons of epitomes of these institutions who keeps all the program blessed and happening. Remembering two of these, I would say, the stakeholders of the entire program, let me begin presenting my conference proceeding. The HR Conclave held on Thursday, 10th October 2024 at St. Joseph's University was not an event conceptualized today but it was conceptualized last academic year. And there is a lot of, I would call it as deliberations to what the program today. And very quickly, this program, as you're aware, that is a brainchild of the Department of Management under the School of Business. And this program focused on the theme navigating the HR dynamics in the age of AI. The event explored how artificial intelligence is revolutionizing human resource management, encouraging productive dialogue between academia and industry. Just to place on record, with over 850 participants from various BBA and MBA institutions across Bangalore, the conclave featured 18 esteemed resource persons who provided valuable insights into how AI is reshaping HR practices. The speakers came from diverse sectors, bringing perspectives from corporate, business, functional, and operational levels. Additionally, the event saw active participants from 5 senior university officials and 15 faculty members from the School of Business, supported by a team of 10 support staff. And let me place on record the role of the dean, the head of the department, the conveners, and the entire School of Business was definitely a blessing for all the stakeholders today for having created that wonderful experience. And let us have one more round of applause for all of them. The conclave achieved its objective, fostering discussions on the future of HR in the age of AI, highlighting the challenges and opportunities AI integrating brings into HR functions. It set the stage for potential collaborations between educational institutions and industry leader. The key participants very quickly: resource person Surya Prakash Mahapatra, Sri Prasun Mukherjee, Varshini Vidyasagar, Varun Ramachandran, Saumi Pratibha, Afrin Modi, Kishore Komal Dave, Lucas Shiba Thomas, Lodi Srinivas SK, Alok Kumar, Uma Mahesh, Palla Maji, and KL Chavan. There are over 17 resource persons from different industries. And we had university officials for the Victor Lobo Vice Chancellor, who blessed the gathering today morning at 8:45 a.m. And also we had Dr. Regina Matthias, the Pro Chancellor, for the Francis Pinto SJ Shift 3 Director, Dr. Christo Salvan V, Dean, School of Business, Mr. Prabhakar, Head of the Department of Management, Mr. Ebenezer Sam Shift 3 Coordinator, Dr. Preeti, the convener, co-convener of the conclave, Dr. Kanishka, myself, and Ms. Irene Dow. We were actively involved as a part of the university and the school to ensure this program is operated in a very smooth and expected manner. Additionally, over 10 to 15 support staff from the School of Business and from the university helps us to ensure the expected objective and outcome is achieved. As I conclude, let me extend my sincere prayers to Almighty for giving strength to all the stakeholders, for giving an input to our learning community whom we live for. So let us pray to Almighty. Many such programs happens at St. Joseph University. May God bless St. Joseph University and all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanishka, for that comprehensive and insightful summary of today's event. I would like to request Dr. Christo Selvin, Dean of School of Business, to share a few words.
Thank you, Janvi. I know that you heard a lot from the morning, so I'm not going to speak a lot. Only one point I would like to highlight from my inaugural speech. Today we lost one great visionary, Ratan Tata ji. I highlighted that one and I told 86 years old man standing tall after his death also. But at the same time, we read a lot of news. Most importantly, one young lady couldn't accept the pressure in the business, in the work, and she passed away. Not only that, I heard another story also today morning from one of the speaker that one of the top, we say, tier A institution in India, at least 3 to 4 young minds couldn't take the pressure and they are suiciding themselves or something is happening to them. I placed two, one 86-year-old strong man and another side the weakest people in the world. Which one going to be a role model? Okay, because you are going to take the future of India. I just want to read what I missed today morning, a famous quote or one of the quote from Ratan Tata ji. Ups and downs in life are very important. See the one who actually flooded with millions of money and millions of helpers, millions of doctors, right and left to him. He's writing like this, wrote like this. Ups and downs in life are very important to keep us going because a straight line even in an ECG means we are not alive. This one was told by him in one of the meeting. And ups and downs in life, not only for you, not only for me, every human being to cross in this world. So I think with that beautiful quote, I would like to end my talk. But all the very best. Congratulations to the team navigating HR dynamics in the age of AI. We should give a great round of applause to all the organizers of today's event. Most importantly, the participants from various organizations, most of you working adults, and you are here. I hope today's session was fruitful for you. And keep in touch with us. We will be bringing a lot of programs like this for you and join us in future also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Now I would like to call upon Sharanya to share her experience of HR Conclave.
Good evening, one and all present here. I'm glad and overwhelmed to share the stage to represent the students for the student reflection experiences. So I'm glad to share few experience regards of HR Conclave sessions which we had afternoon and morning sessions. So before I dive into the topic, I just wanted to share few experiences which we had at HR management classes. So after attending weeks of classes for HR management, it gave me the chance to plan ahead and decide what personal objectives I wanted to pursue to maintain a high degree of personal motivation and direct my efforts towards accomplishing my personal and professional goals by making timings in preparation and enhancing my management, communication, and decision-making skills. Therefore, I hope to further develop my skills and understand more about the importance of HR management so I can pursue a career in this industry. Once my studies are done, in today's corporate and business environment, HR management in both demanding and intriguing field of study, these few weeks of attending this subject has helped me understand the significance of managing, handling, and tackling HR resources and its role in organizations
With that, I'm deeply thankful for my St. Joseph University, Dr. Kanishka sir, and the lecturers, and also the mentors and the panelist people who have come up and give so much effort in sharing their experiences regards of artificial intelligence and HR formation. Not just that, they even share many key factors where we need to upskill and reskill and skill up ourselves to upcome this approach, how to tackle and handle the present generation. So how to identify strength and weakness? How should we set goals, develop strategies, enhance critical thinking, learn from experiences, self-reflection, building relationship, projects, classmate bonding, time management, leadership style, skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. After the sessions which we had afternoon, post-lunch, we had session 1, which was related to or relevant to AI intelligence, how to approach and bring up outcome, and how we need to replicate in our learning process, so that we need to tackle and manage the pressure that no artificial intelligence can replace humans. That's learning for us, which is given by the session 1, and session 2 give more key factors and learning approaches related to electronics, exports, banking sectors, GST filing, UPI loans, like which is quick loans, which is approaching a country, Indian law system, financial assistance, and IBM example, which was being given by the mentors. That was a great opportunity for our students to know more about today's AI intelligence and how could we be able to bring up an outcome and implement in our learning process. So I'm so happy and glad, and I'm very much thankful to St. Joseph University for putting so much effort to bring in HR conclave session for each one of us. Thank you. Thank you all. And I'm thankful for the session which has been conducted today. And after the session, we had got some few questions which have been a perspective view had come up to our heads. The first one is like, how do we reflect on our thinking, learning, and workforce for today's generation? That brought up a lot of questions in my head to tackle and handle it. The second question, where do we encounter struggle today, and what did we gonna do to deal with it? That was my second question, which triggered me. Third one, what lessons do we carry and learn from today's workflows and the learning session which is given by our St. Joseph workflows and the learning session which is given by our St. Joseph University, and how to tackle the failures and challenges which has been approached to us. And finally, we need to bring up the outcomes from the learning, and we need to replicate in the learning process for the future prolonging years. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharanya, for your kind words and reflection. It was always wonderful to hear from a participant themselves. Now, let's move on to the much awaited prize distribution. HR Conclave competition was conducted for students to enhance their aptitude and equip them with the necessary skills to become job ready. I request the winners to please come forward as I call out your names towards my right side and exit from the left side. I request Dr. Christo Selvin, Mr. Alok, and Father Francis to come forward to present winners with the cash prize. Third place, there is a tie between two students. First, Medini Shastri from Christo Jayanti College and Krishnandu Manoj from Christo Jayanti College. Both will be receiving cash prize of rupees 2,000. The second place is awarded to Yashwant Sai from Christo Jayanti College. Will be receiving cash prize of rupees 3,000. The first place goes to Isaac Emmanuel from St. Joseph's Pondicherry University. Will be receiving cash prize of rupees 4,000. Congratulations to all the winners. Your hard work and talent have truly shown today. I request dignitaries to seat among the audience. We have a short video presentation. Thank you, media team, for this wonderful video presentation. I would like to call upon Ms. Irene to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. A very pleasant evening to everyone present here. As we conclude this amazing HR conclave themed Navigating HR Dynamics in the Age of AI, I feel a deep sense of gratitude and joy for the wonderful moments we've shared today. On behalf of the entire team, first and foremost, I thank the Almighty for His abundant blessings in making this event possible. The Reverend Father Victor Lobo, our Vice Chancellor, and the Pro-Vice Chancellors couldn't be here with us this day. Their support has been the bedrock of this event. A special shout out to our guest of honor, Mr. Alok Kumar, for inspiring us with his insights of knowledge during the sessions this day. Thank you, sir, for taking your time out to be with us despite your busy schedule. To Reverend Father Francis Pinto, the director of Shift 3, we are deeply grateful for all your guidance and your presence and your continuous support, Father, which has guided us through every step of this event. A heartfelt thank you to our dear Dean, Dr. Christo Selvin, for being the main source of support and strength. A big thanks to Mr. Prabhakar, the HOD. Sir, your leadership and support has been tremendous throughout this event as well. A big thank you to Mr. Prashant in absentia for facilitating and contributing to the success of this event. A massive thank you to you, Mr. Ebenezer, Department Coordinator, who has kept everything on track. Your efforts are truly appreciated. To our resource persons, thank you all for enlightening us with your knowledge and expertise. You have indeed made this conclave richer in every way. A special thanks to the entire department. Gosh, their inputs, their support, time, coordination, time management, and whatnot all. Way before registration up to valedictory, all have been working hard and put in so much efforts to make this mega event a grand success. A heartfelt thanks to all the participants for your enthusiasm and contribution throughout the day. Your active participation is what made this conclave truly vibrant. Of course, none of this would have been possible without our incredible convener, Dr. Kanishka sir, the main switch of the conclave. Your energy and dedication have made this day an absolute success, and we can't thank you and your entire team enough. To Ms. Davita for the warm welcome, to Ms. Janvi for taking us through the entire valedictory program, to all the entire department despite working in various committees, the coordination and teamwork is really commendable, be it registration, hospitality, stage, certificates, discipline committee, and so on. A big thank you to your team once again. I would also like to thank the technical team headed by Professor Davis, auditorium administration, our student volunteers. Your enthusiasm and hard work have added a vibrant energy to this conclave, reminding us of the bright future that lies ahead in the HR landscape. Not forgetting the non-teaching staff and all the students who made sure that everything, even behind scenes, were seamless. You all have made this event a true spectacle of learning and fun. Thank you everyone for being here, and let's take the energy of today into our future endeavors as well. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Irene. I request everyone to kindly stand for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request students remain standing as the dignitaries leave.
Department of Management, I request Preeti, Dr. Preeti. Enroll. Can we have a bigger round of applause to Ms. Preeti? I request department members, Department of Management to come forward. This short announcement for the students. Kindly be seated for a minute. I request department members to come forward. Twinning program students who have registered can leave. Your certificate will be distributed when you come to the college. Krista Jayanti, the award winners, Miss Irene Dow, can you just come forward? The winners kindly leave your account details to Irene